afternoon, everyone. It's really so wonderful to see such a great turnout of people in person and online, in particular because it shows how much folks really want to talk about these issues. So we're glad to have you here. So we are going to go ahead and get started. Thank you again.
But you're going to take that first step this semester, right? What kind of lawyer do you want to be, right? That's going to be something you're going to be thinking about a lot over the course of this semester. Last year, we were looking to add our first clinic in over a decade. And so we did a nationwide search, and we basically asked people to give us their best and most creative ideas. We received over 75. And one of them was from Cara McClellan for the Arc Justice Clinic, and it really jumped out at us. Its focus on civil rights, federal litigation, movement lawyering, those were all things that we don't currently have in our existing set of offerings. So it added a new dimension that students really were craving.
So the mission of the Arc Justice Clinic is first to provide legal support to the grassroots movement for racial justice in Philadelphia. We want to provide effective advocacy. We want to educate students on how to engage with organizers and provide legal support. We're committed to training students to become anti-racist lawyers, begin thinking systemically about institutional racism and other kinds of inequality.
Oh, I'm looking forward to the discussion we're about to have. You all have such great ideas about what it means to be an anti-racist lawyer.
Through this partnership, the Abolitionist Law Center is looking to create an enduring relationship that's going to help us with strategic advocacy for those communities that are impacted by policing and an incarceration system that perpetuates structural racism, and looking to provide an opportunity for those students who want to practice movement lawyering the chance to get some practical experience.
Just to go back to everything Ms. told me and just pull a few details.
Not a ton of law schools have experiences, let alone clinics that allow you to explore that kind of lawyering. And so it's been really exciting to be able in my last semester to work with Professor McClellan, who is such a, respected figure in that field, and learn from her in that regard.
Really the cause of action becomes your proof plan throughout. Those are the pieces of evidence you're pursuing. They're how you're putting together what witnesses matter. They're how you're putting together your whole theory of the case.
I came to law school with sort of a vague notion that I wanted to be a civil rights lawyer, and I'm not sure I knew what that meant. I mean, I'm still learning what that means, and I will say that it has made me more certain than ever that I want to be a civil rights lawyer, and I feel like the experience that I've gotten over the last semester and that I am excited to continue working on this semester has been really unparalleled.
So, hello everybody. I am Praveen Kasuri. I'm the Deputy Dean for Clinical Education here at the law school, and I have the privilege of welcoming all of you to today, but also, excuse me, but also, marking the launch of our Arc Justice Clinic, our newest clinic here at the law school. The modern version of our clinical program here at the law school began 45 years ago. And over those years, our in-house clinics have included things like criminal defense, civil litigation, child advocacy, mediation, entrepreneurship, legislation, immigration and human rights, intellectual property, and appellate advocacy. But the origin of clinical legal education at Penn Carey Law School actually began almost 60 years ago with a civil rights project that was started by Tony Amsterdam called the Law Students Civil Rights Research Council. And one of his very first students in that project was Alan Lerner, who would later go on to found our interdisciplinary child advocacy clinic here. But the Amsterdam Civil Rights Clinic, which he did not call a clinic back then, it would do a whole bunch of things sort of touching civil rights. It would send students out into the Philadelphia neighborhoods to interview residents, to get their lived stories of what they were actually experiencing day to day. It would do studies that informed civil rights litigation. It would file cert petitions in appellate proceedings, and it would also conduct trainings for both law students and practicing lawyers about what civil advocacy was and how to do it. Well, Professor Amsterdam left Penn Law School in 1969, and with that, the civil rights work here, at least in clinical form, ended. Well, 54 years later, we've come full circle with the creation of our Advocacy for Racial and Civil Justice Clinic. And we're very excited to have found Professor Cara McClellan to create it and lead it. Cara comes to us most recently from the NAACP's Legal Defense Fund, where she was an attorney engaged in exactly this kind of work, the kind of work that the ARC Justice Clinic will do. Cara grew up here in Philadelphia, and though she's left a couple times to do some pretty interesting things and impressive things, she keeps coming back. So first she went to Yale University for college, but returned home to Philadelphia to become a school teacher in the Philly Public School District. She also came back to get her master's degree from Penn's Graduate School of Education. And but then she left us again, went back to New Haven for law school, went to Yale Law School, where she did a whole bunch of things, including working in 2 different legal clinics while at Yale Law School. And in one of them, she was the primary advocate that took on the New Haven School Board to bring about a school district policy change that was preventing students, that was actually excluding students from attending school for minor disciplinary infractions. And so she took on the school board, made them change that policy, and allowed the students to actually return to school. And so she continued that work post-graduation, from Yale Law School. So first she clerked for a couple different judges. First, Judge Gregory Sleet in the District Court of Delaware, and I think Judge Sleet is here somewhere, right over here. And then she went on to clerk for Judge Andre Davis of the Fourth Circuit, and then went to New York City to begin her legal career with the NAACP's Legal Defense Fund. And from there, we managed to get her to return back home to Philadelphia, where she's launching the ARC Justice Clinic. And so we're very, very happy to welcome Cara back home to Philadelphia, but also specifically to Penn Carey Law School. And with that, please welcome Professor McClellan.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I didn't know that thorough bio was coming, so thank you, Dean Kasori, really, for the kind words, but also for all of your support of the clinic. I need to also say thank you to the students for their kind words, and could all of the students in ARC Justice Clinic please stand up? Don't be shy, stand up. So they're already working hard on new cases. Our work has been collaborative from the beginning. The idea to have a launch Students were involved in designing and thinking about the launch from the beginning, so this has really been a labor of love for all of us. And I need to also thank my colleagues in the clinics in general. In particular, I want to shout out Professor Ruley, who months ago said, you know, you really should have something to commemorate the start of the clinic because this is new and exciting. And I appreciate you for that advice, and here we are. Philadelphia has an amazing public interest community. It's really wonderful to see so many of our partners here who are leading the work. Thank you to our panelists who are fantastic, and we won't keep you too long from hearing from them because I know you all are excited about that. But we really appreciate you all making the time and traveling here from many places. And I also want to thank in particular our keynote, who we'll be hearing from later on today, Professor Dorothy Roberts, who, you know, her work has been foundational for so many of us, so I know people are eager to hear from her. I need to really acknowledge Dean Ruger, who, when we said we wanted to do a launch, said absolutely, whatever you need from the beginning, and has been completely supportive. I think, you know, those who are in academia know how important that is, so thank you, Dean Ruger. And Zoe Franks, who I'm looking around the room, I know she's been running all over the place today, but she is really responsible for making today seamless. She is an event planner who is expert, as you can tell, and I really, really thank her for all of her time. If we could just shout her out, and Dory Pavel, who have been working really hard. To our clinic staff, to Beth Shapiro, to Kelly Faraday, to Andrea Festa, to Anthony Marchese, who many of you have interacted with already, and to Lucy Kellogg, who have worked tirelessly all semester. We thank you. To Kate Chuna, to Lucia Gonzalez, our volunteers, to the building staff who you've been interacting with since you came in, and to the caterers who we'll be seeing throughout the day. Thank you, everyone. We decided to name this convening The Unfinished Work of Abolition because, in the words of Nicole Hannah-Jones, slavery is a foundational American institution. Despite a civil war and our country's second founding with the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, the legacy of the first 250 years of slavery still permeates throughout society. And as our keynote has written, today's prison abolition work is directly connected to the unfinished liberation sought by slavery abolitionists in the past. This fight for liberation extends beyond reimagining our criminal justice system. It includes all other American institutions, including public schools, as we'll be talking about today. So now allow me a moment to do what Philadelphians do, which is brag about Philadelphia. Philadelphia is the place where so many agitators and revolutionary civil rights leaders have done foundational and path-breaking work. From W.B. Du Bois, to Sadie Tanner Moselle Alexander, to Judge A. Leon Higginbotham, whose picture you saw and whose mural is now displayed not too far from here, to Paul Robeson, and shout outs to our partners at the Paul Robeson Home who will be here today. Philadelphia has a rich history of abolitionist organizers and advocates who have fought to make the Constitution and American democracy live up to our ideals. The first documented mutual aid society led by Black people comes out of Philadelphia, the Free African Society. Founded by Pastor Richard Allen and Absalom Jones. Also, I encourage you to visit that museum on the oldest piece of Black-owned land in this country, which is right here in Philadelphia. Philadelphia was also home to Octavius V. Cato, an intellectual, an educator, a major in the Army during the Civil War, and a civil rights activist who desegregated the trolley cars in Philadelphia in the mid-1860s. In 1871, at the age of 32, he was assassinated while pressing for voting rights in the first federal election after the enactment of the 15th Amendment. And his statue is also right outside of City Hall if you are visiting for the weekend. But I want to begin our conversation for today in May of 2020, when in the midst of a global pandemic that exacerbated and laid bare deep-seated systemic inequality, Black organizers and their allies took to the street to protest the murder of George Floyd. Despite facing insurmountable barriers ranging from COVID-19 to tear gas and more police violence, which is exactly what protesters were in the streets for to begin with, and even arrests, this generation of protesters joined individuals across the country in one of the largest and most long-standing collective actions in our country's history. The Philadelphia 2020 uprising is really poignantly documented in a book, How We Stay Free, which will be available here today, and one of the co-editors of that will be on our second panel. So in the time since, we have seen the familiar pattern of progress and retrenchment. On the one hand, terms like institutional racism and white supremacy have become mainstream in our vernacular. Philadelphia became the first city in the country to ban police stops for minor traffic violations. And law schools, including our own, are expanding our curriculum to include cultural competency and anti-racist lawyering. And yet, just last week, we watched video of yet another Black person, Tyree Nichols, brutally beaten to death by police while he called for his mother. Anti-Asian hate and racialized violence are on the rise. School districts, including school districts in Pennsylvania, are banning learning materials that talk about Black history, LGBTQ+ identity, as quote-unquote advocacy materials or divisive concepts. Attacks on race consciousness and affirmative action are front and center before the Supreme Court and in lower courts, including here in Philadelphia. So as I worked with students on designing the Arc Justice Clinic, we began by reading the work of many people in this room, actually. In defining our values, we looked to the words of Amanda Alexander, director of the Detroit Justice Center. In her article, Nurturing Freedom Dreams, she writes that to be an abolitionist organization means to believe in the fundamental dignity of human beings and the earth. Means we are committed to the idea that no human being is disposable. It means we invite people to dream with us about the elements of a just city beyond jails, criminalization, and prisons, and we try our best to hold our people's freedom dreams as sacred. As a racial justice clinic designed in a movement lawyering model, we believe that sustainable change occurs when collective action and organizing are designed to challenge the conditions of oppression. We are committed to centering directly impacted people and grassroots organizations who are already leading the work fighting for racial justice in Philadelphia. By studying the work already underway, we have identified 4 priority areas for our practice: education equity, ending over-policing and mass incarceration, economic justice, and health justice. We are admittedly continuing to wrestle with what it means to be a clinic at the University of Pennsylvania, a wealthy research institution and the largest employer in the city. We know that even as Philadelphia has become increasingly racially and ethnically diverse, it remains deeply racially and economically segregated. Indeed, Philadelphia has the highest rate of deep poverty in the nation's 10 poorest cities, a reality that disproportionately impacts Black Philadelphia residents, 40% of whom live below the poverty line. And yet, Philadelphia residents continue to organize, imagine, and demand solutions for transformative change in education, equitable economic prosperity, healthy futures, and approaches to public safety that protect all of us. So I'll conclude with the words of one of our other panelists today, Purvi Shah of Movement Law Lab, who writes in Love Letter as the legal community gears up for battles ahead, along with her co-authors. She reminds us to commit to the long arc of social change and get comfortable with being uncomfortable. Be beholden to communities, not legal tactics. Practice self-care, be creative, and engage your radical imagination. So thank you all for being here. We invite you to continue the work together and to continue to dream together. Thank you. I have to do a quick reminder regarding CLEs. The passwords will be available in between different sessions. And now we are going to call up our panelists for our first panel.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anna Rosenfeld. I'm one of the students in the Arc Justice Clinic, and I have the privilege of introducing the first panel of the afternoon, Eradicating the Badges and Incidents of Slavery. This discussion will focus on public safety, including our tenets of ending mass incarceration and over-policing. I'm so excited to introduce our panel, beginning with our moderator, Angelica Hendricks. Professor Hendricks is a Quattrone Center Research Fellow at Penn Carey Law and the President of the Board of Directors of the ACLU Greater Philadelphia Chapter. She researches and writes about policing, criminal law, and criminal procedure, drawing from her experience working at the Philadelphia Public Defender, as well as a senior policy analyst for Philadelphia's Police Advisory Commission. Sorry, I'll stand closer. Next is Professor Sandy Mason. Professor Mason is also a former public defender. She researches and writes about criminal law, constitutional law, and legal theory, with a focus on the role of preventative restraint in the criminal legal system. Yeah, great. If everyone wants to come down, I think that's perfect. Next, we have Alexis Hogue-Forger. She's an assistant professor. I already had to cut these bios short because they're so impressive, but I like all the applause. She is an assistant professor of law and the co-director of the Center of Criminal Justice at Brooklyn Law School. Her scholarship interrogates the policies, doctrines, and practices within the criminal legal system that erode people's constitutional rights and perpetuate racial subordination. Next, Omavi Shakur is an associate research scholar at Columbia Law School, where he has co-taught the abolition practicum, and a practitioner in residence at the Columbia Center for Contemporary Critical Thoughts Initiative for a Just Society. In addition to his scholarly work, his litigation has challenged police use of excessive force and wrongful criminal convictions. And last but certainly not least, Jamelia Morgan is professor of law and director of the Center for Racial and Disability Justice at Northwestern Pritzker School of Law. Professor Morgan's scholarship focuses on issues at the intersection of race, gender, disability, and criminal law and punishment, and examines the development of disability as a legal category in American law, including its over-criminalization and regulation. So let's give it up one more time for our professor.
Thank you so much for those great introductions. I'm so excited to be here, and thank you all for the students of the clinic for putting this on, as well as their great professor. Thank you so much. And welcome to the first panel session, Eradicating the Badges and Incidents of Slavery. This session will address how the legacy of slavery impacts our criminal legal system in the United States, which is a topic I know each of us would usually spend a semester, if not an entire year, trying to unpack. So for those who may be unfamiliar, the 13th Amendment empowers Congress to take bold action to transform policing and promote racial justice. And unfortunately, this will always be a timely conversation as we continue to observe as well as bear witness to these badges and incidents of slavery, especially within policing practices, most recently with the brutal murder of Tyre Nichols. And even in the midst of such pain and disappointment, I am very appreciative of my co-panelists and all of you all here today that are very engaged and willing to have these conversations about where do we take these systems next, and how can we envision new systems. So let's begin. So Professor Hogue-Forger, I was hoping we could start with you. What examples do you see within policing practices of today that aligns with these badges and incidents of slavery?
First, thank you so much for having me. It's a real honor to be on this panel and at this convening. I look around this room and I see so many thought partners and activists and scholars, and I really want to congratulate Cara McClellan, Professor Cara McClellan. It's only her that can bring this kind of room together. And I think about the work that we did at the NAACP Legal Defense Fund. And Sherilyn Ifill, the former president and director counsel, said how critical it was to train the next generation of civil rights, racial justice practitioners. And so I'm just thrilled at the Art Clinic, and I know we all are, and it's such a privilege to be in conversation with you, and we're inspired by the work that you're already doing. I think that we saw the badges and incidents of slavery in the brutal murder of Tyree Nichols, and the race of the law enforcement officials in Memphis and Shelby County didn't make a difference there. The institution of policing, there's a lot of scholarship on the fact that it derives directly from early slave patrols, from private law enforcement sort of entities, the Pinkertons that were hired by the Carnegies and steel mills to break up labor organizers and workers that were advocating for fair treatment. And so we see this holdover in the way that policing operates today. And in terms of the laws that allow police to operate with impunity, they have become solidified over the decades. And I look first to Tennessee versus Garner, which was decided in 1985 by the Supreme Court, also involving the Memphis Police Department. And there, the young man was fleeing police officers. He did not have a weapon. Police officers did not think he had a weapon, and they fatally shot him. And so the issue before the Supreme Court was, his rights were violated, and his survivors cited the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, the Sixth Amendment, the Eighth Amendment, the 14th Amendment due process clause. And eventually the Supreme Court held that a seizure, they were going to evaluate under the Fourth Amendment, not the 14th Amendment, this expansive part, the second founding of Reconstruction, and said that even in this instance, lethal force wasn't okay, but lethal force could be okay. And it set up a stage where these sort of claims were looked at just under the Fourth Amendment. It's significant that the initial challenge had to do with 1983, which was derived directly from the Ku Klux Klan Act of 1871. But again, Mr. Garner's relatives were not able to secure relief. Another case that in 1989, which had to do with whether or not Graham versus Connor was originated out of North Carolina, established this idea that law enforcement officials could use their own objective, reasonable sort of view of whether or not to use force against a suspect. And there, the officers encountered someone who they believed was acting suspiciously. He was in the sort of woes of diabetic shock, and they used very aggressive force. And again, that was a Section 1983 challenge. It was unsuccessful, but this sort of created this structure in place that allowed law enforcement officials, from their own perspective, to determine what level of force to use. And if they reasonably believed that their life or the life of another was in danger, they could use lethal force. And Erwin Chemerinsky has a great book, Presumed Guilty, on essentially the Supreme Court's really codification of the use of lethal force and aggressive force, and then really an inability of individuals who have been aggrieved to seek some kind of relief.
And I'm glad you raised that book. Please read it. It's awesome, by the way. But one of the highlights of that work as well is really how long the Supreme Court was silent on police abuses and the police use of force. And their silence really perpetuated it in this existence. So I'm glad you brought up the absence of the 14th Amendment, because Professor Shakur, I want to pivot to you on just the topic of race and the importance of racial subordination in this conversation. Could you help us unpack why this racial lens and framework is important as we're discussing these badges and incidents of slavery?
Certainly. Well, thank you all for being here. Thank you for having me. When we talk about racial subordination, we're also talking about the racial relations of power in this country, right, that are ongoing and have been undisturbed since the settlers arrived in this country, right? So one of the badges and incidents of slavery is Black bodies being captured, right? The capture of Black bodies and the weaponization of the law to render Blacks defenseless in the face of capture, right? Black people were captured on the shores of Africa. Black people were recaptured in cities like Philadelphia, right? And Black people are captured today via the capture of arrest, right? But Blackness is not only determined by this vulnerability, by being subject to capture, it's also determined by resistance. Black people resisted capture on the shores of Africa. Black people resisted capture in cities like Philadelphia, recapture, re-enslavement in cities like Philadelphia. And Black people resist today the capture of racially subordinating policing. But often we omit this capture when we're talking about the harms of today, right? When we talk about George Floyd, when we talk about Kareem Gaines, when we talk about Tyre Nichols. But what would happen if instead of ignoring this capture as if it's a shameful thing, if we this resistance, instead of ignoring this resistance as if it were a shameful thing, if we leaned into the resistance and tried to derive meaning from the resistance, what were they resisting? They were resisting racially subordinating policing, right? And this shouldn't be controversial in an era when we have the FBI producing report after report talking about how white supremacists are actively infiltrating law enforcement. When the Department of Justice Civil Rights Division is producing report after report detailing the racially subordinating practices of law enforcement agencies, right? So if people are resisting racially subordinating policing, Black bodies are resisting racially subordinating policing, how should we respond to it? Had Tyre Nichols survived, he would have been arrested, prosecuted, and possibly convicted for the crime of resisting arrest. And we might not be talking about him today, right? Criminal punishment is the state intentionally inflicting harm on people, right? So whether it's the harm of fatal police violence, the harm or the violence, the community violence of arrest, or the harm of criminal punishment, all of it is odious. We should treat it as such. So instead of criminalizing this Black resistance, what would happen if we eradicated, if we abolished the harms that animate the resistance? And that's part of what Professor McClellan is trying to do and what we're all trying to do today.
Thank you so much for that context. And I also wanted to just share just another text by Sally Hayden of Slave Patrols. And in that text, she mentions how the origins of slave patrols came from the resistance of enslaved people. And so I think your stories and your research is very timely, and your forthcoming article as well. So as we're talking about race, you know, there are some,
Sorry to interrupt. We just have to give the first CLE password now.
I was into the nitty-gritty. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry to be that person, guys. Really quickly, my name is Taylor. I'm a 3L at the law school, also participating in the clinic. The first CLE password for the day is civil. That's civil, C-I-V-I-L. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. All right, so as we're discussing race, I know sometimes there are some people who are uncomfortable with discussing race, and we have these systems that try to create an erasure of race. Professor Mason, I was wondering if I can pivot to you to see, you know, what is the response to that? What is the response to the system trying to move toward algorithms and AI to pretty much create a proper playing field for the criminal legals? Is that something that exists? Is that possible?
No. Let me back up and just add to everyone else's thanks. It's an incredible honor to be here and to welcome the clinic and Cara to Penn Law School. Professor McClellan, we're so excited about this clinic. And a quick follow-up to Omavi. Omavi and I both worked at the same public defender's office where I'm sure we both represented people of color charged with resisting arrest and nothing else, to which the question is, arrest for what? Mm-hmm. So as Angelica's question suggests, it is more than a fixation, it is sort of an obsession in criminal law discourse and criminal justice policy with danger and public safety, and that's not itself bad. Safety matters. In the city of Philadelphia in 2022, I believe there were something like 2,000 non-fatal shootings. And let me add that 93% of the victims, to my memory, were people of color. Safety matters, danger matters, violence matters. Here in Philadelphia and in many other places, I see violence itself as an ongoing badge of slavery because, of course, it is concentrated in and a product of the conditions of deprivation and isolation, economic and social segregation. So it matters, but there is a fantasy that we can just target danger in a way that will be race neutral. And one variant of this has been the turn to actuarial risk assessment in the criminal justice system. So let me briefly tell, sort of as a parable, what's happened in the pretrial context, in the bail reform context with risk assessment over the last 10 years. About 10 years ago, as the realization was dawning that every year our country incarcerates millions of people who've been charged with an offense not yet convicted for inability to pay a cash bond, right, and that those people are disproportionately people of color. A bunch of well-meaning nonprofits and activists and stakeholders had this great idea, which was, okay, we'll move away from cash bail. We will just identify the dangerous people. Those are the people we want to keep in. So we'll find the dangerous people, we'll let everybody else go home. And we'll find the dangerous people using data, because now it's the 21st century, we've got big data. So we'll look at all the data, we'll see who is most likely to commit crimes during the pretrial phase, and we'll keep those people locked up. Problem is, we don't actually have data on who commits crimes, because a lot of crimes go unreported. Sometimes people commit crimes and we don't know who did it. We have data on who gets arrested. All right, so if you're gonna look in the data and predict who's likeliest to get arrested during the pretrial period, guess what? The people likeliest to be arrested are people of color in neighborhoods with high-density law enforcement presence. All right. There was a shift toward these actuarial tools, using big data, using mathematical algorithms. It rapidly became abundantly clear that these tools were going to have a disparate racial impact. And since there's been a tremendous backlash to the use of actuarial risk assessment, but I think there should be two takeaways from this saga. The first is the idea of race-neutral policy when you are operating on a landscape that is deeply racially structured is a fantasy. Mm-hmm. You cannot roll some neutral policy out over a riven landscape and expect to get somehow racially fair results. But the other thing is the backlash to the actuarial technique, in my view, was misguided and remains misguided, because the key problem is not high-tech data analysis. It's not the method. The key problem is that if you're trying to predict something in the future, like arrest, anytime you're trying to predict anything, you're looking at patterns in the past and projecting them forward. If the patterns in the past involve structural inequality and racial disparity, then your predictions will too. And it doesn't matter if you're using fancy statistical tools or if you're asking the guy with the black robe to look at the people sitting in front of him and decide who he thinks is dangerous. Whether it's anecdotal data in your mind or complex machine data, it's going to predict the inequality in the past into the future. So I would argue that we need to instead engage in a much deeper rethinking of danger, of safety, of risk, and how to attain the kind of safety that we want in a way that doesn't just replicate all the inequalities of the past.
And the inequalities don't just stop at the criminal legal system. They go for every single part of society, right? That's what the research tells us. That's what our neighbors tells us. That's what we see ourselves. And so, Professor Morgan, I want to get you involved in this conversation as well. You know, at times we discuss police violence and the errors of the system as they're operating outside of society, you know? But we know that the entire criminal legal system is really based off of societal, like the perceptions of it, and who's pulling the strings on policing and who's making the decisions for police departments. So I want to get your take on this. Like, who do police departments really answer to?
Well, first of all, I just want to echo thanks to Cara McClellan, Professor Cara McClellan. It's really just an honor to see the work that you're building and the work you're doing here and what you're building through ARC. It's an honor to be in the room with you all and with my co-panelists who I've learned from and grown with as a scholar. Shout out to the Abolitionist Law Center, my movement lawyer and community, Amistad Law Project, the people here in Pennsylvania that help sustain me and cultivate my thinking. So I grew up in LA in the early 90s, and to me, the police were not about producing safety. In fact, they produced conditions of danger and risk. In many ways, I had a different sense that police as a social institution don't function to enforce crimes, that they were doing something else. And seeing the kind of racialized aspect of policing in the city of Los Angeles put in my mind that the something else that we all still, don't tend to focus on when we're just thinking about judges in black robes and, who's being prosecuted for this particular offense. The something else was doing the work of shaping our understanding of what is crime, what the police are for, what is law about in our society very broadly. So I'll make it a little bit more concrete. When we think about, in many ways, what the police do today, from my standpoint, the police are about maintaining certain dominant standards, cultural norms, conditions of society that we can think of as a kind of aesthetic, if you will, maintaining gentrification, if that's the particular condition. And in many ways, we ignore that particular function. That's the ordinary, right? Like, Amabi, you talked a little bit about how we focus so much on the extraordinary. The ordinary forms of policing that tell somebody if you're in mental crisis, you can't be in crisis in public spaces, right? We haven't created the conditions where you can actually access care and services, behavioral health specialists, right? So you're in public spaces because we don't have accessible and affordable housing. We don't have access to medical and mental health care for everybody. And so you're in public space, but you can't have a crisis in public space. That's disorderly, that's disruptive. You're disrupting the aesthetics of the community. It's too loud, you're noisy, you're scaring everybody, you're weird, etc. Those are pathways into violence. And in many ways, there's a historical origin to that, because historically our society has always used the police to manage and control the aesthetics of a public place, to determine who could access the public place. We think about after the official end of slavery in this country, what do the southern states do? They reconstitute slavery through the Black Code. So through vagrancy laws, there's a manner in which southern states can police freed Black people, right, to criminalize the conditions of quote unquote idleness, to criminalize people that are not attached to a plantation. We can go over to the city of Los Angeles. The city of Los Angeles, pre-city, any sort of establishment of the city, indigenous and Native American peoples, Mexican nationals, built the city of Los Angeles. How did they do that? They were criminalized. They were deemed to be vagrants or drunkards. In order to pay off their bonds, they basically had to work. They built the city of Los Angeles. So in many ways, we're seeing kind of, again, like this weird connection between the sort of political economy of policing disorder and how it's actually produced and built cities across America, including Atlanta, also built off of convict leasing. But in order to produce that labor and to have it be valuable, you have to, in many ways, construct people as other, construct them as criminal, disorderly, right? Because that's the nature, or vagrants, that is the nature of the criminalization. And so who's targeted? Well, I've already alluded to people with disabilities, obviously Black and Indigenous communities after the Civil War and into today. In many communities in the mid 20th century, queer communities, marginalized gender communities are also targeted for policing as a way of getting them out of major urban areas or keeping, in many ways, any sort of protest within particular sites that were sort of deemed acceptable or pushing them out of the city limits entirely. And so when we hear these terms, quality of life, when we think about, again, like the ways in which our public spaces are managed through policing, we have to think about who's marginalized, who's subordinated in that. And I think that's so much of what my work has really focused on, just how these categories, whether it's our racial identities or gender identities or disabilities, become sort of pathways to disciplining us, to keeping us out of these spaces, to harming us, again, pathways into violence, and how that's a function of policing, right? That we have to accept that if it's not, as I'm arguing, about criminal law enforcement or safety per se, if crimes are constructions, that we can acknowledge that police are doing much more. It could be behavior modification, it could be, again, sort of public space management, what have you. But I think in many ways, that's the aspect of the ordinary policing that we don't talk about. And if we don't talk about that, we're not getting at the underlying function of policing, why it's, in my view and in the view of so many of us abolitionists, impossible to reform policing, right? It's intrinsic in racial capitalism. And so with sort of that, I'll sort of leave it. But again, I want us to kind of think about disorder and the ways in which these various categories can become like easy sites for sort of management by the police.
And I'm glad you're grounding us here, because really what I'm feeling and interpreting is that the badges and incidents of slavery are those in power, be it the police departments, the city managers, who are leveraging that and those entities against marginalized communities. And you can really see remnants of that everywhere. And so, Amavi, I want to get you involved into this conversation as well, regarding your interpretation of how does society pull these strings of policing and try to, write their standard operating procedures and give their priorities of what areas they're going to be involved in.
Gotcha. I think one major sort of technique that Professor Morgan touched on is just normalizing violence, right? The National Institute of Health developed a community violence survey in the 90s. And one form of community violence that they recognized was the violence of arrest, right? So when policymakers are talking about intensifying policing, what in fact they're talking about is increasing the community violence of arrest in marginalized neighborhoods, right? So it's not a decrease in violence. They just don't count the violence of arrest and the statistics of reported crime because it's not criminalized, right? But it's no less violent, right? And then in the face of that violence, well, one, they normalize the violence by calling it arrest and not capture and not violence. And then, you know, we're all humans endowed with a flight or fight response, right? And so if somebody jumps at you like this, you back, right? But if somebody with a gun, right, tries to capture your body, if you engage in a human flight or fight response, you are criminalized, if not killed. Mm-hmm. And that's what we all saw, right? That's what we all saw. And so that's part of it. It's the dehumanizing sort of function of law enforcement in our society. And we don't have to do that. The punitive arrest, right, the intentional infliction of harm on our bodies should have no place, right? Because it's traumatizing. What happens when people are traumatized? Their impulse control, their faculties for impulse control are diminished. And if their faculties for impulse control are diminished, then maybe they may be more violent in the future, right? So this increase in policing, this increase in arrests, which is the only default they give us, right, and is what they normalize, right, is actually perpetuating the harm. These kids that are, you know, doing a lot of the shootings are the children of the people who were incarcerated during the first surge of arrests, right, or during the latest surge of arrests in the 90s. These are their children, and they have children, a lot of them too. And so what are we expecting to happen 20 years down the line, right? Right. And so it's like what Paul Butler says, the system's not broken, it's functioning the way it's supposed to, right? And so you know, the last thing I'll say is all of it in part is a function of the racial relations of power. You know, we focus on these Black officers perpetuating their harm, but these officers are agents of the state, right? White elites have always had Black agents. They had Black agents in West Africa. They had Black agents helping to re-enslave fugitive slaves, and now they have Black police officers, right? But it doesn't make their violence any less a part of white dominative violence. And so that's what we really have to attack, is these racial relations of power.
We also see remnants of the white dominance and what I call the trolls after we witnessed the brutal murder following a traffic stop or any police encounter. Is we hear the people who say, well, they should have complied, or they should have done X, Y, and Z. And what we all know is if you are stopped by a police officer and you are not in fear, that's coming from a place of privilege, likely coming from a place of white supremacy as well. But I also want to get, you know, Professor Mason, Professor Hoag-Forger, get you all's take on this. Is how is society also involved in this policing space and is perpetuating, you know, their acts as well?
Yeah, I mean, there's in society at large, there's a presumption of criminality and dangerousness that is assigned to Black people, and Black officers also carry that bias, as we saw in the Memphis Police Department. And echoing Omavi's comments and contributions here, this idea that police are about maintaining white supremacy, about protecting white property and white people. And when I think about, you know, what is the main industry in Memphis, it's FedEx. Right, and FedEx is routinely referred to as a plantation in that community. Tyree Nichols worked at FedEx. Some of those law enforcement officials were moonlighting at FedEx in addition to serving on the Memphis Police Department. And this idea of creating a community in which we can still have a large corporation founded and run by white people and make sure they stay in Memphis, right, to get cheap labor. And this idea of these specialized units. So we have the Scorpion unit, and I want to say the title is something about, you know, street crime operation to restore peace to our neighborhoods. Scorpions are predatory creatures. There was nothing about restoration of peace to any neighborhood. These kind of units operate with far less oversight. And they're given essentially free rein. And the entire operation of the Scorpion unit was to pull over motorists and to rough them up and to see if they could get guns, drugs, and vehicles. And this was a celebrated unit by the mayor of Memphis, by C.J. Davis, the first black female police chief of that city, a widely celebrated unit. And again, as Mojave mentioned, if Tyree Nichols hadn't died from that brutal beating from his injuries, this unit would have been continuing to operate. We wouldn't have seen the footage, those of us that watched, and they would have been continuing to operate just as they had. And so the taking a step back and looking at just the presumption of criminality and dangers assigned to black people, that's a direct holdover from slavery. And this idea that somehow black people are less than human to justify their enslavement, and then again less than human to justify the harsh treatment and the criminality of black people.
If I could follow on that just a bit. Many police departments have analogous units. When I was in New Orleans, there was a unit called the Jump Out Boys. I don't know what the official title was, but everybody called them the Jump Out Boys because their practice was to drive around and jump out at people and sort of tackle them and arrest them and search them for stuff. And as you three have been talking, I've been thinking, there's so many complex dynamics here to unpack and try to understand. And policing culture, I have never served on a police department, and it's not uniform everywhere. But for a long time, it has been a warrior culture in a lot of places where the ethic is good guys, bad guys. You know, if you're part of police, part of the arm of the state, you're the good guys, and then there are bad guys, and the bad guys are other, and they are people who are disorderly and vagrant, or they are people who are dangerous, but they are another category, and that category maps very closely with class as well as with race, and it's so deeply embedded in the structure of the way the country works. As Jamelia was talking about the history of vagrancy laws, and Amavi was talking about black people being captured, recaptured in Philadelphia, I've been working on a bail history project. We're deep in these archives, jail archives from 1790, and there's a list of everybody arrested for vagrancy, and it's disproportionately black people in 1790 here in Philadelphia. So it's just for 200, all of the country's history, we've been constructing classes of people who are subordinated, and slavery was a major constructor of a class, and race continues to be a major constructor of a class, but it's also intertwined with economic class in a way that's just so hard to work our way back from.
And, as we're talking about these specialized units, I also want to highlight the Philadelphia Police Department, their highway patrol unit. We have these conversations, we have to be mindful of this is happening even here in Philadelphia. The highway patrol unit, they're one of the last units to even be outfitted with body-worn cameras. I still don't think they have body-worn cameras to this day. As we're going through the list of what is the accountability, even though that is still a reform is reform, they're very, very, very hesitant to even that type of reform. But thinking about the historical aspect of it, Professor Mason, you brought this up, I wanted to pivot to Professor Morgan as we're talking about the other areas that policing really goes into. So what civil systems are dependent on policing? And as we're talking about new pathways for safety, we also have to be mindful that some of the things that is restricting us from creating these new systems are, the civil space that also requires policing.
Sure, and again, I think within abolitionist methodologies, breaking down the silos is really important. So, you know, after the racial reckoning protests of 2020 following George Floyd's murder, there were a number of cities across the country that wanted to get law enforcement out of crisis response, right? So if you call 911 in most jurisdictions and you report a mental health crisis, before 9 out of 10 the police would be dispatched, unless you're in a jurisdiction where there was, let's say, a co-responder program. The police would be dispatched alongside a behavioral health specialist. So after these programs were established, many jurisdictions, and including also should be noted the 988, which has been debuted, I think, last summer. As the alternate phone line for individuals, again, in crisis. I've been tracking these bills, and one of the things I'm realizing is that the jurisdiction could decide tomorrow, okay, yeah, if you call 911, we're going to triage so that only behavioral health specialists are dispatched. Most are still saying police can go if they're trained to respond. So not ideal, because those are still pathways into police violence. But so there would be the co-responder program. There's alternate responder. We'll just have the behavioral health specialists. But we haven't thought about the fact that police are like embedded into our emergency civil commitment laws. So for instance, if somebody is experiencing crisis, if you establish that they satisfy the criteria under what we call emergency holds colloquially, but again, we can think about them as our state civil commitment regime. The police will be dispatched to then effectuate the order, like they will be who is sent. And in some jurisdictions like Mississippi, the police can be the only entity that can take you, a person in crisis, to the psychiatric ward. Now let's think about that. The police come, sirens blaring, you know, wearing their police suits, usually not in plain clothes, to a person experiencing crisis. You have escalated the police, a person that's in distress. Imagine you're doing something, you've had a bad day and the police show up. It's like, oh no, what do we have going on here? Like more problems apparently. So I think in so many ways, as policing scholars, as advocates, we have to think literally intersectionally across these systems, because as I've suggested, any like even abolitionist minded reform to get the police out, to defund, to remove from their budget this sort of function that they're serving in terms of mental health crisis response is stalled by a state law regime that will embed them right in. And I think that's sort of the problem in so many ways with the reformist reforms. We're thinking about police in silos, and in my own work, I've looked at policing under the Fourth Amendment and how to strengthen the legal protections. But police exist everywhere. In the family regulatory system, which I know Professor Dorothy Roberts will talk about, and as I've suggested, kind of consistent with disability justice organizers within our mental health, behavioral health crisis response. Unsheltered communities, I think, are demonstrating in so many ways, like the confluence of lack of accessible, affordable housing, lack of healthcare, lack of mental health supports, the aesthetics policing that's happening. And so we have to start, across poverty law, health law. If we're going to do this law thing, and I'm speaking to law students that want to do this, want to have that as the one tool of change, because in support of movements, yeah, we work alongside and with movements, but if we're going to do this law thing, we have to think intersectionally. And by the way, that's not how we teach it in law school, right? So that's the work, that's the self-study that I think needs to happen.
That's so important. And one of the examples that Professor Morgan is highlighting is an example that happened in Minneapolis, Minnesota, where there was a huge, huge movement to dismantle their police department. It got massive support. It was a referendum. And one of the reasons why it failed is because it was discovered that within that municipality's civil service laws, if they dismantled their police department, whatever they created instead, those police officers would have the first right to get those jobs. So, and this is a type of civil service law that you could see in several types of cities, even here in Philadelphia. So that's a really great example for you to bring up. Thank you so much. But as we're talking to students and other folks in the profession as well, I was wondering if we each can share, there are some students who want to get involved in this work to try to decrease the footprint of mass incarceration, to help eradicate the badges and incidents of slavery, what advice would you share for them, if there is any to give?
You know, I think we have a duty to be innovative, right? And a duty to not have any guardrails in our minds as we're engaging in this work, right? So you know, we're in the midst of an abolitionist movement right now, and it's not this country's first. It's probably this country's third, right? The first was the one that founded this country to abolish the British Crown. The second was in the antebellum South, and now we're in the third. Now, during that second one, right, not all the abolitionists were in cities like Philadelphia. Some of the abolitionists, the unheralded abolitionists, were on plantations, right? And these abolitionists on plantations, you know, not all of them left, not all of them ran away to the north. Some of them stayed, some of them, you know, wanted to ensure that the people on the plantations survived to make it to the abolitionist future that we're all fighting for, right? And so they negotiated with the slaver over the conditions of labor, right? The conditions, the living conditions, right? And told the slaver, this is hurting your bottom line if you work people 20 hours a day, if you let the shacks go into disrepair. Now, there is nothing wrong with negotiating with the slaver. The only problem is if that becomes the end in and of itself, right? And so in these courts, right, make no mistake, what you're doing is negotiating with people who are charged with maintaining the fraught power dynamics, the fraught relations of power that are in place right now, right? And so just never forget that, and never forget your work outside of that context, right? And never try to sell people this false narrative that a court victory alone is the ultimate goal, is the end in and of itself. And if you do that, then you can litigate with integrity. But if you don't do that, then you run the risk of hardening white social dominance and deepening Black racial subordination. So, and there's hope, right? The fact that we're even having this conversation at a school like Penn, there's hope, and so never give up hope. Yeah.
And I think, too, about the idea of so much of the work, the most exciting, innovative work is happening outside of law schools. And I think that's what's particularly exciting about the Art Clinic is the partnership that it has outside of the walls of UPenn Law. Partnering with the Abolitionist Law Center, started by someone who is incarcerated, partnered with people who are formerly incarcerated, setting the agenda for change. And then how, as a lawyer, can I decenter myself and decenter the law and leverage the privilege and knowledge that I have to empower others to advance that kind of change. And that's a model that's relatively newer. I think that, you know, the law, we are very used to being siloed, sitting in contracts class, sitting in property class, Civ Pro. And when I think about the way that impact organizations had been organized, where, you know, it's lawyers contemplating what's our next sort of strategy for change, let's select sort of the most compelling plaintiff and advance this case. That work is important, but I see this newer, more dynamic, more responsive model happening. And it's what ARC is leading, it's what what's popping up in other communities and other law schools. I'm in New York City. I think about Make the Road New York, which is a fantastic partnership membership organization. And people who are part of Make the Road New York are setting the agenda and say, okay, lawyers, how can you help us advance this, as opposed to the lawyers making the decisions? So I think it's critical as law students for us to see what is already happening outside of school, and how can I leverage the knowledge and the skills and the tools that I'm learning in law school to help elevate the voices and experiences of others.
Really impactful. Can I go next? So I have a lot to say. I know there's incredible panelists coming up after that'll talk about maybe movement lawyering. So I guess I'm just going to talk about scholarship. When I was in law school, so the dean at the time said that out of his own mouth at Yale Law School said, well, you learn the law to learn the rules to learn how to break the rules. And I said, cool, like that's the method. So I guess what I need to suggest is that if we think about, again, like law's role in subordination, law's role in marginalization, law's role in harming people, like learning that intricately as lawyers can help, I think, undo that. And I think from the scholarly standpoint, again, I echo what you said, Ahmad. We have to be bold, imaginative, and whatever they want to call it, because where else are you able to do that, right? If you're a litigator, your audience is the court, right? In so many ways, that's changing because of, I think, the bold allegiances and alliances with movements. But you are still constrained if you're within the institution as a public defender. Let's say you're still constrained by the institution. I think with the privilege of tenure, you should be able to write some bold stuff. You should be able to speak on behalf of and alongside your communities. And so I think that in so many ways, like, I want to encourage the few of you that think, okay, maybe I want to teach law, maybe I want to like write about law, that there are ways to do this work. And I think there's ways to do it where you remain like accountable. So a lot of my projects come out of practice. A lot of my projects are kind of developed like with, I guess you could say, the advice and kind of like counsel of people that I was litigating alongside and clients and things like that. So I guess in a way, it's like an accountability measure. It's like, well, what do you think about this thing that I'm saying? And like, okay, so maybe you're saying, okay, is that the scholarly pursuit? Is that, in my mind, there is no objective scholar. Everyone has a position and everybody is in a search for truth. And this is my search for truth. This is my agenda. And I think that more law students that maybe are first gen, that don't know this law school thing, need to see the academy as a place for them too, because so many of us, when we sit in these seats in law school, are told that we don't belong here or made to feel like we don't belong here. And I think we do have a voice because law is harming people, but it also, I think, has potential for changing those conditions of harm. And if we can learn those levers and those tools, then I think we can be supportive of the real work that's happening in social movements and like the real radical change. Because we wouldn't even be having a conversation about dramatic police reform. I mean, just look at where we had to get, like what had to happen in 2020 to even put back on the table the discussion of police budgets, right? Defunding and even abolition as kind of a mainstream kind of discourse comes through movements. And so I don't want to lose sight of that, but there is a role, I think, for law teaching, law professors, for those of us that kind of want to think about the law and like push it in more radical directions.
Is there time for me to say two?
Yes.
Okay. Only two quick things to add to all of those wonderful pieces of wisdom. And first, this is follow-up. A lot of my students at Penn have come with the expectation that law is a set of rules that you learn. It's just a set of static rules. Law is not a set of static rules. Right? Law is an evolving reflection of the commitments of the society and the people in the society who have access to lawmaking institutions. Now, your law students, you have access to the lawmaking institutions, and you have both an opportunity and a responsibility to participate in the evolution of the law, so it does reflect our commitments as a people. And then the second thing I'd say is some people who want to be involved in abolitionist work or shrinking the footprint of the criminal justice system or policing come with real direct lived experience of exactly what it is that they want to change. And others don't. A lot of students don't. If you're in the second category, go get some in the way that you can, which is like, go sit in court. And I'm not talking about the Third Circuit Court of Appeals. Go sit in state court, do some police ride-alongs, go to places where people have a lot of contact with police officers, spend time with organizations working in communities that are working on the issues, and learn from people who have the experience you don't.
I want to spend this time to thank our panelists before we get to questions, so please give them a round of applause. All right, so I wanted to open it up for any questions, virtual or in person. I think is there a mic going around? Okay. Please raise your hand if you have any questions.
Hello, my name is Tanisha Grant. I am the Executive Director of Parent Support and Parents New York. I come from Harlem, New York. My question comment, thank you. My question comment is for Ms. Alexis Hong. I noticed that you mentioned Make the Road, but we know when we're talking about this work and when we're talking about racism, we know that disproportionately it has affected Black people. I think that's important to lift up. So what organization that is Black-led in New York City would you suggest?
Yeah, Vocal New York is fantastic. Yeah. Yes, and Vocal New York is a statewide organization with chapters all throughout the state, upstate, Westchester, New York City, Brooklyn, Harlem, and it's led primarily by Black people. They have a diverse platform of issues and one that's devoted to combating mass incarceration, mass criminalization. And what's exciting about the work of Vocal New York is that they are dynamic and they're doing lobbying in Albany. They are protesting, they are demonstrating, and law students, if you're interested, you can sign up for their newsletter. There are activities going on virtually every single week all throughout the state. So thank you so much. Yes. And hey, neighbor, I'm in Harlem too.
Other question?
Good afternoon, Corey Bass with Monaco. I'm coming out of Florida from DC. This is maybe a comment and a question that Ms. Morgan and Mr. Shakur mentioned. So my grandmother used to say there's no such thing as neutrality. We all have a position, right? But Mr. Shakur, you said something about body, right? And so what I felt was that you were really calling our attention to what happens between bodies, right? And that the question is more about bringing to the personal, right? So in the context of law, and I'm not a lawyer, right? But I do know that lynchings, the majority of them happen on the courthouse lawn. And so this links to resistance, and it feels as if the white lash is recognizing that there isn't as much fear and racial terror, right, because of the resistance. And so some things have happened to Black bodies that are realized or dormant and will sort of emerge generationally, right? But for new attorneys becoming anti-racist attorneys, and we're talking about badges and incidents, before the capture of African bodies, white bodies were running from terror, torture, maiming, religious persecution, all of the things. And so what is your belief or suggestion for white bodies to, as you said, self-study, to understand that this power construct has allowed them to bypass doing their own work and continue to blow trauma through other bodies, because understanding that racism predates race, slavery was justified to uphold that power construct. What is your suggestion for new attorneys who identify now as white to do some of that lifting?
I think they should listen to you. Wish I had a mic so I could drop it for you, bro. Yeah. But I think in addition to listening to you is what Professor Mason was saying, actually listening to their clients as well, right? And deeply listening to their clients, not only with an eye towards sort of the defense strategy, although there should be client-centered representation in which you actually let the client have like a significant role in actually determining what their defense looks like, right? That's very important. But also keeping an eye towards the goal being anti-subordination, right? And the goal being to destroy the capacity of the state to inflict harm on people in a hierarchical fashion, if not, period. The state shouldn't be in the business of inflicting harm on people. So all the way that we go about reaching that future should be informed not only by our own experiences, but also by the experiences of the people on the other side of the plexiglass. And the final thing I'll say is that, you know, unless you are a billionaire, right, you too are being sort of oppressed, right? And so, you know, the forces that we're fighting against are going to go down by like 1,000 cuts. And so if you knock off the yoke of your own oppression, right, it helps the person on the other side of the plexiglass knock down the, or, you know, sort of get rid of the yoke of their own oppression as well. So great question. Thank you so much.
First, I just wanted to pass along a request. If the panelists could repeat the questions from the audience when they get them, it helps it be more audible to folks on Zoom. Speaking of which, I'll pass along a question from Paul Heaton on the Zoom chat. Can you say more about police unions as barriers to change, and what opportunities do you see for entities like the ARC Justice Clinic to help dismantle barriers created by unions?
Oh, that's a good question. That's a great question.
That's you, Alexis.
Well, early on, you know, the AFL-CIO, they did not want to partner with police unions, and they voted to prevent them from joining in the late 1800s, and yet they were able to. And I think about all of the provisions at the local level, right? There are 18,000 police forces across this country. Most are under municipal, county, parish, state control. And so many of the permissive laws that protect, shroud, prevent accountability, prevent transparency were pushed through and lobbied by police unions largely in the 1970s. So the state of Maryland was the first state to pass the Law Enforcement Officers' Bill of Rights. We all have the Bill of Rights to protect us. But law enforcement officials were going state by state, state legislature by state legislature, lobbying for extra protections. So Maryland was the first, and then many states followed suit after that. And what's significant about what happened with mass demonstrations following George Floyd's murder in 2020 is that there were efforts to dismantle these sort of laws. And so Maryland was the first to pass the Law Enforcement Bill of Rights. They're the first to get rid of it. And so what we're seeing now is a retraction. In New York, the repeal of 50A was what shrouded sort of police personnel files in secrecy to slow and prevent accountability. That was repealed. Again, this is all after 2020. And it's not because state legislators felt, oh, this is a good idea now. It's because they heard from their constituents who were protesting, from folks in Vocal, New York, who were protesting. This was a multi-year effort. And just now in 2020, post-2020, we're starting to see a peel back. So police unions have been quite effective in bringing forth these laws, but the response has been from the public, who are vocally demanding these laws be repealed. And so we're starting to see the pullback.
And if I can jump on that, police unions, they don't just operate by themselves. They are negotiating with city leaders. And so we also have to put pressure on the city leaders who are going into that room. That's usually no accountability, it's not transparent, and we don't know what they're asking for in these negotiations. Are they comfortable with complaints against police being hidden after, 60 days? Are they comfortable with making it difficult to fire police officers? Are they comfortable with making sure that the police are the only ones investigating themselves? So we also, as we're talking about police unions, they don't just negotiate with themselves, they're negotiating with our city leaders, and so we also have to make sure that our city leaders are being accountable for what they are negotiating for.
So I'm a social worker. And I have a question that I feel like social workers are left out of this conversation with attorneys. And there was in the 1960s a national conference of lawyers and social workers where the APA and the NSW got together because we're serving the same marginalized and oppressed populations. And how do we all work together to overcome this racist and oppressive system together? We have social workers who work with the defense teams. We're working with people charged with crimes. We're working with parents whose children are taken to the family regulation system. And we're talking about intersectionality. And social workers are complicit in this broken system. How do we work with our public defenders? How do we reinforce the need to partner together in this? Because we're only stronger if we work together.
You want to take the...
Should someone respond?
What? Going to add on. Oh, okay.
Or 20 people in here today so that we can show and bridge the gap between the family regulation system and the criminal justice system. Because as we know, mothers are getting locked up.
Yeah.
And I'm a former incarcerated mom who at one point they tried to terminate my parental rights while in prison. And so we do know that this is a revolving door for children as well, right? And I call it the mother and the father system because the mother is the family regulation system, right? And so when you're locking mothers and fathers up, that is leaving the children. And then they're becoming, they're in the system as well when they hit the foster care system. So this is a revolving door. How can we bridge this gap so we can work together to stop this? Because it's not just about the formerly incarcerated or the incarcerated people, it's also about the children that we're leaving behind when we go into these prison doors, right? And so they take our children and they put them in the system. And so then our children are hitting the system, right? Because they're not leaving from there, they're either leaving from the foster care system into the prison system, right? And so we need to bridge this and know that this is the same thing. We are fighting for the same cause, and we need to bring it together and know that we have to attack these systems together and not separate. Because when we're doing it separate, we're saying leave the kids out, and we're just ignoring another system. And we cannot keep ignoring the family regulation system, which also puts our children into the prison pipeline. So we need to bridge these gaps. And I was saying, how can we all work together, as she was saying, to get this done?
If I could just take the first stab of it, I think we work in a system where our legislators pin us all against each other. We work in a system where we have laws that put requirements on what social workers have to report, what therapists have to report, what healthcare providers have to report. So we operate in a system where it makes it difficult to do that. So that's just another system to dismantle. You know, all of these systems are working together to perpetuate this mass incarceration footprint that isn't just the criminal legal system, but it's also other systems, as you adequately highlight the family system as well.
And Professor Morgan talked a lot about how these issues are siloed. And our response has to be holistic because it is related. And this idea that you have a separate public defender office for the parent, a separate juvenile defense office for the child, a separate probation office, our response has to be dynamic and united. And I think about the model that was started in Tulsa, Oklahoma, Still She Rises, which is to provide defense work for guardians, mostly mothers, and those that care for children, because Oklahoma has the highest rate of female incarceration in the country. And how do we respond to that? And so Still She Rises is set up in a holistic model to address issues having to do with immigration, with parental rights, with facing the criminal legal system, whatever charges are coming down. It's centered on sort of contact with the criminal legal system, but provides a holistic response to it. And we're starting to see these models of holistic defense. I think of Bronx Defenders. I think of work that's going on in Washington State. Still She Rises came from Bronx Defenders. But our response cannot be siloed. Our response has to be expansive and dynamic to respond to this onslaught attack of every aspect of our families and communities.
Thank you. I think we've run out of time. I just want to thank so much everyone here for attending, and I also want to thank our panelists. Thank you so much. And don't leave just yet. We also have a second CLE code. Drum roll, please.
The final CLE password for this session is justice. The final CLE password is justice.
Very.
So much.
Thank you, Angelica.
And while we're getting settled too, I've also been made aware that we do have a hashtag for today's event. It is hashtag PennArcJustice. So send out your tweets, find us. Please show your love on Twitter and uplift the launch of today's clinic. Okay. All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us today for the launch of the Advocacy for Racial and Civil Justice Clinic here at Penn Law. My name is Michael Sparn. I use he, him pronouns, and I'm a second-year law student here at Penn Law. Last semester, I was part of the team of independent studies students who worked to identify potential issues and cases for the clinic to take on, and focus much of my work on educational equity. Our second panel of the day is titled Fighting for a Fully Funded, Integrated, and Culturally Responsive Education. I'd like to take a moment now to introduce our incredible panelists and moderator, all of whom are leading figures in the educational equity space and include activists, scholars, and attorneys who are fighting for a more just and a more fair and just educational system. Chris Rogers at the far end of the table will be moderating today's panel. Chris is pursuing a doctorate at the University of Pennsylvania Graduate School of Education and is an educational and cultural worker from Chester, PA, who currently serves as the Public Programs Director for the Paul Robeson House and Museum in West Philadelphia. Chris also serves the National Steering Committee for Black Lives Matter at School, where he supports movements for racial justice in K-16 education by mapping, indexing, and expanding access to identity-affirming, justice-oriented educational materials.
Florida made my job harder this week.
I'd like to now introduce our panelists. Immediately to my right, Shanae Garner is the founding executive director of Lift Every Voice Philly, a grassroots organization working to build parent power to transform Philadelphia schools by advancing racial, economic, and education justice. Also joining us today is Sarah Medina Camascoli. Sarah currently works as the Justice Catalyst Legal Fellow at Public Counsel and will be joining the faculty at Rutgers in the fall. Our next panelist is Kayla Vinson, who serves as the inaugural Executive Director of the Law and Racial Justice Center at Yale Law School. And finally, I'd like to round out the introductions by introducing Dan Urvik Ackelsberg, who's joining us via Zoom. He's a senior attorney at the Public Interest Law Center here in Philadelphia, and then is also an alum of Penn Law. I'll now pass it off to Chris so we can begin this timely discussion with our panelists.
Thank you.
Oops, sorry.
Oh, we got our word of the day.
The first CLE password for this session is black.
I love it. So welcome everybody. I'm really excited for this panel today. I really want to make it as, informal, conversational as possible. So I'm really excited to be in conversation with you all, and I'll try to remember my plan that I said I was going to stick to. All right. I think first, before just to get started today, is also, as we spoke about being grounded in where we are, it's important to also recognize the violence of the institution that has yet to repair, right? So we can talk about, or we should talk about, right, that this Penn Law School right here, 34th and Sansom is in the place of where the Black Bottom existed, a neighborhood of, a Black thriving community that was said to be blighted, and because it was blighted during Negro removal or urban renewal, it was sort of taken by eminent domain with the university, right? So when we think about our ability to even be here in this space, it also takes a violence, right? So, I mean, that's 1960s. If we go back to the original Lenape peoples of this land, you talk about the original sins, right, of African enslavement, but also the confiscation of, native and tribal lands. Also, want to lift up that the University of Pennsylvania has one of the largest private police forces within the United States, right? We also, should lift up the resistance that has come to that, right? So I'm also part of this collective called Police Free Penn, right? And I see a couple comrades in the audience. We have set forward a platform of what it would mean to really reckon with this organization's history, and we encourage everybody to look it up. It's on Twitter. And the last thing I'll say is it's also important that I have to lift up the UC townhomes, or the People's townhomes, right? Which is a public, yes, if you're familiar, yes. And I'm sorry, some Philly stuff I got to get out the way, is to say, the People's Townhomes, which are located at 39th and Market, subsidized public housing. The developer has chosen to not renew the contract, believes that there's a higher use of this land, right? In the business journal, this is different, right? In the public relations, they say, Penn is invested in building a community of diversity and inclusiveness. In the business journal, they say, we need more density in University City, and we need more space for research and innovation and knowledge. So they want to build a $100 million skyscraper and kick out these Black families that are there. This community, it continues to fight. You can learn more, SaveTheUCTownhomes.com, Save the UC Townhomes on Twitter, on Instagram. I encourage everybody to look it up. Okay, I just wanted to really name that there's active work, active resistance work that we're all a part of, right? And that we cannot divorce ourselves from it, right? Even me being a student here, I'm implicated within it. And I think that kind of helps me get back to the introduction, right? Because me naming that is also me trying to say, these are the communities I feel answerable to, right? And that's something that it doesn't really show up in bios, right? It's something that we need to, name in spaces. So in our sort of first round, and I'm gonna come to you, Dan, first, so I know you don't have the benefit of that sort of eye contact, so I'm gonna name you. but I want us to sort of give a story of like what brought you into this work and what people or communities that you feel answerable or accountable to that you want to lift up, because as Mariam Kaba once said, nothing worthwhile is done alone. We don't get here alone. We are who we are because of other people. So let's lift up, you know, who brings us into this work. So Dan, I'm gonna pass it to you, and then we're gonna continue down the panel.
Sure. Thanks for having me, and I apologize that I'm doing this from my South Philadelphia home as opposed to across the river with everyone there. And congratulations to Professor McClellan on the start of this clinic and on this day. I grew up in Philadelphia in, you know, a fairly comfortable, privileged, middle-class house. The first time that, you know, so my work is largely focused around education funding, the resources available to public school students. I went to a public high school in Philadelphia, but also a privileged public high school within the scheme of things. But even in that privileged public high school, when I was a freshman, the School District of Philadelphia cut art and music and after-school programs. And I think the first ever, protest that I ever went to without my parents was a student walkout from all across the city in 1995 to protest budget cuts. I went to law school, and I try to in some ways limit my sort of crusading instincts, because I think that's always a challenge for civil rights attorneys. But I was fortunate enough to always be able to work in good organizations and come eventually to where I am now at the Public Interest Law Center, where we get to partner with amazing clients, which include community organizations and individuals, people like Shanae, on doing impact work, sometimes litigation, sometimes not, but to try to move the ball forward in what can sometimes feel like a very long fight for education justice.
Thanks, Dan.
Thank you. So I'll tell a couple quick stories that help to bring the people who are always with me when I do this work into the room. One is that I am originally from Atlanta, Georgia, and I am the first generation of my family to start school in an integrated setting. My parents and their siblings all went to segregated schools in rural North Carolina. And the experience of integration in high school was difficult and traumatic for them. And then in order for my parents to feel like I could get a quality education, I was enrolled in a magnet program that was on the north side of my county in DeKalb County, Georgia, which meant a 2-hour ride in traffic to school every day. And the school that I went to was the typical comprehensive high school with all of the things that comprehensive high schools have. Lots of tracking, technically an integrated school, but only if you looked at the whole student body numbers, not if you walked down the hallway, not if you peeked into classrooms, not even, we got to pick our lockers, and there was the black hallway and there was the white hallway. And I had teachers who would come up to me when I was with people who were my friends, who I loved and who I cared about, and would say to me, for you to get where I think you can go, you need to stop hanging out with these people. And so as a kid, I was kind of confused, like, what are the adults doing? This doesn't make sense to me. And then after college, I became a teacher. I was actually trained here at Penn at GSC. And started teaching. I student taught here in Philadelphia, taught African American history, and then moved to New York, where I taught at an alternative high school. We were like a last chance high school, so all of our students had either dropped out or been kicked out of school, mostly in middle school. Most of them had aged out of compulsory education, and so they were making an active decision that getting their high school diploma was important to them, and that was something that they wanted to do. And there were, more days than I can count when a black male student, normally a black male student would be absent, and the next day he came to school. I say to him, where were you yesterday? We missed you. And he would say, well, miss, I got up and I got dressed and I took the subway to get to school. But as I was trying to leave the train station that was about 2 blocks from our building, the NYPD stopped me again. And they told me that if I wanted to leave the train station, I had to let them search my body and my book bag. And I really couldn't be mad if there were some days when my students decided that their dignity was more important than their education. And they got back on the train and they went home, because it is absurd to ask a 16-year-old boy with a book bag where he's going at 7:30 on Tuesday morning. And it's one thing to experience what are adults doing as a kid. It's another thing to think, what are adults doing as an adult?
Yeah.
And that was really the moment where, for me, there are all of these narratives about race and a lack of understanding about our history that even help to explain conversations about education that we see happening even this week in Florida, that we just get wrong as in terms of our public imagination, our public discourse. And so I wanted to be engaged in work to help us think through those things and to see the ripple effects that they have for folks' educational access.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for sharing that. My name is Sarah Medina Camasholi, pronouns are she, hers, and I first just want to start with my intention for being here. It's to elevate the knowledge, power of marginalized and mobilized youth leaders as both a source of authority in interpreting the law and also as a source of accountability in terms of how we practice. And I want to express gratitude first before I share a little story. First, for some of the youth organizers that I know, I hope are tuning in right now, specifically the students who resisted normative methods of teaching in District 7 of the South Bronx, in the Paul Robeson building, right next to the Western Beef, for anyone from the South Bronx. I heard some people, yeah, I saw some people here, okay. I also want to acknowledge the youth organizers who helped me to build Integrate NYC to center the stories, narratives, and demands of youth of color in segregated schools for education reform. And finally, the youth legal workers at the Peer Defense Project, Miriam Salmanova, Annette Naranjo, Brian Rosario, who helped me to build what I'll be speaking about today. And finally, the progressive lawyers and scholars, some of the folks in the room who took time to mentor me as a first-generation Boricua college student, attorney, someone who really had a lot of big questions and a lot of stress. And so I want to thank Professor Kimberly Crenshaw, Professor Gerald Torres, Professor Cara McClellan, who's here, and the folks who've really led a lot of the work that I'm going to talk about today, Amna Akbar, Porvi Shah, Aaron Miles Cloud, Zanande Boy, Amanda Alexander. These folks, I rely on your work every day. So now I'm going to tell a little bit of a story. When I was an ESL teacher in the South Bronx, I was the only Puerto Rican content teacher at the time. Why that's relevant is for folks who know about the history of the South Bronx, that is unacceptable. So I walked in, right, on my first day, and I started speaking Spanish to my students because I was teaching ESL. And they all looked at me and said, "Miss, nobody here speaks anything but English." And that was my first sort of foray into relating to young people as an interpretive authority of policy. I was teaching what they call long-term Ls, which basically just means students who've been racially separated and sorted for the entirety of their lives into ESL classrooms, and whose graduation rates just plummet because of the lack of dignity and respect that they receive. And so I started working with those young people and studying segregation and integration efforts, and they were quite frankly offended by what they were reading and offended by the ways that integration efforts had happened, which either tokenized them or required them to do cartwheels and all of this stuff to get into just a seat in a school where they would be mistreated oftentimes. And so we started recreating what racial justice would look like and what an integration effort would look like that didn't just create boutique diversity in the most segregated school system in the country, but instead really honored their experiences in their communities. So we built Integrate NYC, and we built a 5-point platform on real integration that talked about removing barriers to entry to public schools, like standardized exams or requiring parents to take off from work to go on tours, that looked at resources in each of the schools, and teacher representation of Black and Latinx educators, thought about divestment from police and building relationships across group identities for young people who had internalized racism and trauma. And people loved that. They shared our work, they published articles, they brought us out to all kinds of things. But what really started to get at me was the ways in which attorneys specifically were unwilling to litigate, were unwilling to listen for more than 25 minutes of their time, were unwilling to think creatively with young people and with me at the time as a public school teacher. I only had a certain amount of value to give to those conversations in their eyes. And so I wanted to study law. So I took myself to law school, which we can talk about that. And while I was there, studied movement law, but also, I really appreciated the comment here, also studied cultural semantics and white supremacy and the ways in which urgency and dominance and those sorts of methodologies of winning the game of law were sort of structuring me to really have some bad habits. So that's where I built the Peer Defense Project with some youth organizers, and that's what I'll be talking about today. And thank you for having me here.
I'm Sinead Gardner, grateful to be here today and among so many friends. Chris, I think the first question's loaded, like where to start, like what brings you into the work. Family legend has it that I was born 2 weeks after the move bombing, 5 minutes away from it, and I've been terrible since. So that's part of it. I think another, we all have these moments, right? If any of us have studied Gantz's public narrative, which is like both weird and extremely effective, we've had moments where we've been called to take action or to make a choice. And so I think I have been seeking and searching to make sense of the ways that our public systems wreak havoc on families that are completely unsustainable and traumatic and painful. And so I've had a lot of privilege to be able to come from a family that is both wonderful and totally swept up in the criminal industrial system, and to be able to channel some of my rage into things that make sense and that our values aligned. And so I think the question around who are you accountable to? I'm accountable to everyone, myself first, right? My community second, and then whoever wants to throw down. And so I'm grateful to be in a room of folks. I've worked on lots of issues. So Dan's wife and I worked together for 7 years in city council and basically built this super airtight model for what it means to bring organizers and nice groups run by white ladies who are wonderful, who want to get in but need help and hand-holding, and they should get that help and hand-holding, and we did it. And also lawyers who were at the vanguard of some really big fights. And so I'm energized by winning, which I do recognize as capitalist and hyper efficient, but only in the workspace. And so I founded Lift Every Voice Philly, which is a Black-led organizing group to fill a really specific void that I felt was in the city. And so I've learned an important lesson over the last 7 years in city government, but also as a public school teacher and as a neighborhood high school graduate. I think that for me, we need to be able to build spaces where we can support people and to recognize that that's going to take time and that's going to take compassion and that's going to take dignity. But I think it's basically, for me, how do we build an organizing home for parents who are most impacted? In my case, it's going to be Black mothers in schools that meet 4 criteria. One of them is 100% poor, 100% Black? Is it a school that has, if we're talking about place-based strategies, is it a school that is has a 50% higher rate of gun violence than the other part, the citywide average? Is it a place that has been subjected to top-down reforms from the district or from the state in these overhauls that have resulted in no difference for children? And is it a place that's absent of any formal organizing, right? And I say formal organizing in the sense of paid organizing, right? There's always organizing happening that we don't know. And so I'm okay, cool. So we figured out over the last 6 years how to build 50-member coalitions that got everyone in line around closing down a bunch of kid jails that hurt kids. Or if we got 40-member organizations all talking about how Black women are disproportionately likely to be evicted, and that has major impacts for their kids, then how do we bring that learning to the education space where there's a specific void and we can avoid some of the turf issues that are inherently going to happen when people have ownership over places and spaces and things? And so our model is basically to go to those schools that meet the criteria that I talked about, to stand outside looking crazy until we built some trust, which happens to be the same neighborhood that I grew up in. But I want to be real clear, like when you've had 10 years of like class privilege, despite the fact that like I am from that neighborhood, right? Like I'm still functioning as an outsider, and I want to be sensitive to that. And so we go and we build those chapters, and we talk to parents about what issues are important to them, and we take them through a political education process, and we build a campaign. And so right now, we are in the testing phase where we have just pulled off our first campaign. A key part of this, though, right, is like I reject this idea that in the moment Black-led means white people need to sit down and shut up and don't have a part of it. I feel very strongly that like we didn't get ourselves into it. And so it's like, how do we also approach people where they are and bring white people and people who have race or class privilege into the conversation in a way that's not punitive, right? Like in a way that like holds people accountable, but is not actually like getting us into this place. It's really funny. Everyone's really into Taiwo right now and elite capture, which I'm into, a significant part of it. But it's also like we're in a place where like we have lots of new language around identity, and I want to see us like push forward with the learnings that we've had over the last 5 years. So we basically match our parents who are in the communities most impacted with a group of folks who sign on to the same values to work together and to be unified around issues. And so over the next 6 months, our goal is to establish 4 more sites and then launch a citywide campaign and like a public launch in the fall.
Thank everybody on the panel. I mean, so I was also a part of that move is me being able to sort of learn more about what grounds you all to help shape as we move forward. I always come back to Allied Media Network. They do this Allied Media Conference in Detroit. It's one of the most amazing conferences. I encourage everyone who's like committed to the struggle to consider going. But they have these network principles that says we begin by listening, right? So that was part 1, right? But then the second one, right, or another principle from there is it's like wherever there's a problem, there are already people acting on the problem in some fashion, right? There are already people organizing in both formal, visible and invisible, informal ways, right? Understanding those actions is the starting point for developing effective strategies to resolve the problem. So we focus on the solutions, not the problems. We spend more time building than attacking. We focus on the strategies rather than the issues. So our conversation now is going to turn into like the strategy work, right? About things that, yes, we got some inklings on, we got some data, we did some research about, but also some things that we might not fully understand as we build this road to, education centered on liberation, right? So our next round, and I think I'm gonna go like serpentine style. So we're gonna make Dan the last one in this one, and y'all can sort of go as y'all please. But this question is kind of based around in your work, the work that you're representing here today, the organizations you claim. I mean, I feel like we probably all work in multiple spaces and stuff like that. So the organization you want to represent today, that theory of change, right? And what particular mechanisms do you draw upon to effectively, utilize community power to create, or build a foundation for racial justice?
Okay, I'll go first. I think, so I guess I actually want to start a little bit with what I think we can learn from the people who came before us.
Yes.
Because I think at this point, for many of us, this notion of publicly state-funded, taxpayer-paid education that we all have access to just feels like that's how we do things, right? But it has not always existed in the United States. In fact, it did not exist, particularly in the South and across the country in any sort of systematic way before the radical Reconstruction that took place from about 1868 until 1877. And so if we go back to that moment and think about what made it possible to go literally in a matter of years in all of the southern states, particularly the ones that were in the Confederacy, from having legal prohibitions against teaching Black people how to read and write, corporal punishments for Black people who knew how to read and write, to the state providing education for all children, regardless of race, and using taxpayer money to do it. That's pretty transformational, right? And that work happened through the process of new constitutional conventions that took place across the South that Black men participated in as delegates. In places like South Carolina, Black men were actually the majority of the delegates in those constitutional conventions. And when Black folks got the opportunity to seize state power, first, they understood that that was the goal, right? Like, they didn't start from this question of, well, what's better than what we had before? They started from a question of, what do we need? What do justice and democracy require, right? None of this tinkering. Let's have some radical transformation to get us to where we deserve to be. And I think that when you enter into a conversation about freedom and liberation and educational access from that question, you get different answers, you get different strategies, and you avoid being confused into thinking that things are progress when they are not. And so some of the things, just to sort of lift up some ideas that were radical and new during that time period. One, this idea that we should have state-funded public education. In Mississippi, that went for people all the way up into the age of 21. In Louisiana, all freedmen were given a personal library of books. In Texas, anytime state land was sold, those proceeds had to go to the education fund. And in the Alabama Constitution, a full 20% of state money was dedicated by state constitution to schools. And so when we get to the end of Reconstruction in 1877, and we see this era of massive violence and really a return to white domination and white supremacy, but we need to remember the sort of innovation that took place in that time period when folks had the reins of state power and able to use it to think about, what does self-determination look like? What does sovereignty mean? And I think it's so important, now I through the Racial Justice Center at Yale Law, I teach classes through our projects. And one of the things that we always try to do is to make sure our students have a deep historical knowledge of the things that we're talking about. So Sarah was actually a founding student in one of the courses that I teach, which is a pipeline program where Yale Law students assist and coach New Haven residents who want to become lawyers through the application process, right? So we know most people who are successful in going to law school are successful because they apply in a community of people. Whether that community is like mom and dad who are judges, or whatever that community looks like, they have a community. And for people who are first generation or low income or formerly incarcerated, one of the biggest hurdles becomes that what other people do successfully in community, you get forced to do in isolation. And so a part of our program is to say to our law students, one, you should be looking at the community that you live in right now to figure out how you can do something about the rampant injustice that exists. It's understanding that there really is a dialectical relationship between the resource hoarding of Yale and the deprivation that folks from New Haven often experience. And so in helping them to run that program, we also do this sort of historical analysis of New Haven and from the 19th century to forward. And that is coming up for me because the first panel talked about the police murder of Tyree Nichols. And I did, before my current job, I did a lot of work in public education around the period of Reconstruction and the period of racial terror lynchings. And Tyree was murdered in Memphis, which is in Shelby County, Tennessee. And I just wonder how many people think about that in the context of the fact that at least 20 Black people were lynched in Shelby County, Tennessee between 1877 and 1950, the most lynchings in any county in Tennessee. And to live in a country where for so long people would advertise lynchings like in advance, and people would think about bringing their kids and what food they were going to eat, and that was what they were going to do that day. That is what was on my mind when for a week we knew Friday is the day the video is coming out, right? And to really sort of plan to all get together and watch the murder of a Black man is what happened in that week. And so that, I think, and I also recognize that but for the video, he may not have gotten nothing would have happened. There's no justice for the dead, but still nothing would have happened. And so I just think that historical analysis is so important, so that the things that they would tell us that are progress, that are really just like an accumulation of tragedy don't confuse us. And I think that is an important strategy for this work, no matter where you're doing it.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. And in the theory of change, I'm going to share education, as Kayla was sharing, is a key piece, as well as shared leadership, which is something that you bring up as well as building networks. And so all of these things are very connected. Before I sort of jump in, just want to add that. So in terms of the theory of change I'm going to talk about today, it really is to address this problem, which is the belief of mobilized youth that laws hurt young people, our laws hurt young people, and our legal systems exclude youth change makers. They cannot vote, they cannot serve on juries, they cannot bring litigation on their own, they cannot run for office. And for those of you who are thinking only of an 8-year-old running for office, that's how adultism is going to show up for you. Because we have young people who are attending our public schools who are in AP civics courses, and yet they can't vote for a school board official, even if they sit on the board in New York City, cannot vote. They just get to sit there. And so I just want us to really think about that as we're talking, which is the problem as identified as mobilized and systemically marginalized youth leaders, especially youth leaders of color in New York City, who I work with. The other piece is that when we think about that, who's gatekeeping that legal knowledge and who's hoarding legal power? And especially for law students here, not only are we trained to gatekeep legal knowledge, not only are we trained to hoard legal power, in fact, if we give out our LexisNexis password to the organizers, that can result in punishment in terms of us losing access. If we work with an organization in a particular way, we could be violating the ethics of legal practice. There are ways that it is designed so that we don't share. And I want to just name that what I'm talking about right now, as Adrienne Marie Brown says, and as Amanda Alexander has said in her most recent article, this is an emergent strategy. I don't have all the answers. I want to share with where I'm at and what I think can be helpful based on what I've learned from people who aren't here right now. So, through the Peer Defense Project, this project emerged because the story that I shared about everyone really loving Integrate NYC and the work that we were doing, and then not really bringing the legal systems to accountability, but just liking to have the youth in press conferences and photographs. We worked with Integrate NYC to build Integrate NYC versus the state of New York, piece of litigation. Now, some strategies that we brought to do that. We created a youth-led plaintiff search. What did that mean? It meant that white and white passing attorneys were not knocking on doors, asking people if they had experienced a systemic inequity, and then bringing them to places they had never been, and then adding their names to complaints that were irrelevant in many ways to those folks, right? We worked very much to make sure young people understood the issues, understood the missions of the organizations, and bought into the idea of impact litigation, knowing that in fact it might span past them even graduating college. They might not be in high school when this actually has a result, and we might not win, right? Like really being honest about those things. So that youth-led plaintiff search, once the plaintiffs signed on, which want to add another tool, we had a retainer PowerPoint that broke down the retainer into language and visuals so young people understood the contracts they were signing. That's really important. Don't not just bring this to your parent to sign on, but understand where you're giving your story and what your rights are in that contract. Next piece, we built plaintiff toolkits to teach young people legal literacy and civil procedure so that they understood at each stage, motion to dismiss. That's what this means. That's what's happening right now. You get to decide if you still want to be part of the case given this outcome right now. We then built youth press conferences so that young people, which, let me be clear, was not show up to the press conference. It took weeks of working with young people to make sure that they were really engaged, comfortable, clear in terms of how their stories were relevant to the law, and thinking through intentionally the impact of, if you share that, this is what could happen. Now, what would you like to do, right? Thinking through that collaboratively, not texting them on the side, don't say that, can't say that, stop saying that. That's what we're used to. That's how we're trained, right? And then moving into a youth-designed Know Your Case campaign. We're not running a class action lawsuit, but why is it that we are okay with the community who will live with the impact of the impact litigation, not understanding the lawsuit, not giving active feedback? And so those tools. Now, here's where the magic kind of happens, and then I'm going to pass it over, is that as we waited for a result from the court, young people had questions because now they knew civil procedure. Now they understood the real limitations of state and federal law. Now they wanted to know, why don't the things we're talking about apply to the youth who are in the secure facilities, which are youth prisons that are paraded as schools? How come I can't vote on the board that I'm on again? Like, what's the law around that? And also, why is it that this Supreme Court case just allowed guns to have more rights than me as a student, right? These are the questions that they're wondering about. And so our job as people committed to movements is to build the resources, to build the support to answer them, right? So we studied the resources from Movement Law Lab that were built together, free resources. And we've built some new methodologies, call them youth movement law and youth movement lawyering, which pulls directly from movement law and movement lawyering. But the distinction is that there are certain ethical issues and real skills we have to build as attorneys to bring education into the work when we work with young people, to work with parents to make sure we're getting collective consent around what we're doing in this space. And there are ways to, and we have co-authored legal articles with young people, built youth community review boards where youth are paid to be able to review research and give feedback on it. And then finally, around youth movement lawyering, we've built youth legal defense nights where progressive attorneys join with youth organizers to answer questions. And some of these questions turn the nonprofit industrial complex in on itself. Like, is it payment if I get a Metro card and a slice of pizza to organize? Am I an employee? And we as attorneys need to be able to answer that question and then look at our own legal services organizations and ask if we're doing that and ask how we're replicating that harm. Also, we've built a Freedom Law School that will launch this spring with all of these tools to help people navigate and get access to them. And finally, continuing to build those strategic litigation partnerships. But again, as folks were sharing, Professor Morgan and Professor Shakur, one piece of the puzzle, one small piece.
Thank you.
Tough to follow.
Go ahead. Yeah.
So before I get into theory of change, I just want to set the context to bring us to the school level for why Lift Every Voice is doing the work that we're doing. We have our first chapter site at Bryant Elementary School at 60th and Cedar, which meets that criteria that I talked about earlier. And when we arrived at the school site, there was no principal acting or otherwise, right? The principal wasn't there, no parents knew why. No staff would tell any parents why. And so as folks who were canvassing out of the school, what our organizers saw really quickly was really angry parents demanding, right? Sometimes in very confrontational ways for good reason, right? To talk to anyone who knew what was going on. And so at Bryant right now, a school that has had all those top-down reforms that we discussed, there are vacancies at every single grade level, right? From gym to science to grade level teachers for little kids. And it's also been the site of some really horrific tragedies that have reached the level of citywide news coverage, which is not typical of most things that happen there, right? And I will not go into that, but like really egregious things, and it's really hard to like hit the egregious bar in the Philadelphia school district. And so the school that Bryant would feed into, which is West Philly High, my alma mater, has a beginning of the year PowerPoint that I love, and it says no food or drink is allowed in the building. If you forget your ID card, you have to pay $1 to get into the school. And when I pulled up the Central, where my husband's alma mater, I think Professor McClellan's alma mater, Dan's alma mater, right? It's if you forget your ID, you punch your ID number in, and that's a school that's like 4 times the size, right? So we are in a place where I'm like increasingly interested in how schools function as sites of surveillance and trauma instead of sites of, you know, hope or joy, right? And so we have some core values that lift every voice that we're working towards. And basically we're talking to parents about like, what does it mean to have dignity? And that is creating a direct line into, that means our kids have art and music, which are things that they are entitled to. That means that our kids have recess, which the children don't have recess, despite having a brand new playground built by the Eagles. That's really nice. It would be better if they paid taxes, but that's a different story for another day. And so I think, you know, for us, we see 3 core strategies as like really fundamental to shifting power back to communities. And I don't mean this in like, I get like in my bag sometimes, but like I really mean this in concrete terms. Like what do we need to do to like change the material conditions for kids and parents? There are right now a few hundred parents in the Philly School District who have been added to a ban list, who are not allowed to go on school campus under any circumstances, even to pick up their own children because they were perceived as hostile, and you can make some assumptions about what the identity of those folks are. And so at Lift Every Voice, we think there are 3 core strategies. 1, what's parent voice? What's the narrative shift that needs to happen where we talk in concrete ways about things that are happening that we know almost any person would be outraged about, and even if a person isn't outraged about, they won't admit it, right? I used to do some like advocacy in Harrisburg around state funding, and one of my favorite things to say to a really horrible legislator was like, I know we both care about kids, and like no one's refuting it, right? Like they don't, but we can still meet around a common value. And so I think our leaders are being trained in public narrative, right? Like what is the story of self? What is the story of now? What is the story of us, right? As a critical launch pad to bring other folks into the organization, but also to feel really like solid in their dignity and in their collective action and as a practice before they get into a place where an administrator is going to tell them, and this is a quote, I will not meet with you after school or before school because I am an active Black father, and I know you all know nothing about that because you all don't have fathers in your kids' lives, right? And so that means that we are talking to administrators, right? If representation was the goal, we'd all win here in the city of Philadelphia, and I want to be really like upfront about that, right? I mean, but you know, we are also, before we can even engage in campaigns, training parents on how to de-escalate a situation, right? The debriefs that parents are having after meeting with school administrators are very different and have a much different tenor and tone because like it's actually a safety concern, right? Like we see administrators goading parents into arguments, and we know that that is actually a really common tactic of people in power who are like, whoa, I'm used to being the special Black person here. I came from this hood. I'm doing this for you. I'm some mercenary. You need to respect me. And I'm not used to people like you telling me anything. And so it's super complicated and really basic, right? People are telling their stories. We keep a log of those stories, and then we troubleshoot and we role play. And so for the last 3 months, parents at Bryant, right, came to an issue, which I learned from Dan's husband, apparently in lawyering, it's called issue spotting. In organizing, it's called cutting issues, right? But I learned that like that process is actually pretty similar. Like, how do you take a lens of understanding how systems work, understanding what entitlements are for people, and think about what the issue is? And so the first campaign, which was really a blow to my personal ego, but again, in organizing, we don't get to pick, right? Like we're supposed to listen to our members, was that they wanted a monthly meeting. And that took 3 months of concerted letters and escalations all the way up to like the number 2 person in the school district just to agree to sit down with these parents. And so December 22nd came around and we were like at a total last, I promise this is going somewhere and I'm almost done. We're at a total like last resort. We're like, we don't actually think we're gonna win it. Like this guy is not gonna do it. We're gonna have to pivot. And I'm like, what does that mean for longevity of bringing folks into work and keeping them in the work? And so we called on the Solidarity chapter and we trained them in our values of dignity and collective action and public schools for the public good. And we brought them in and we were like, your job is to come in here and to use your privilege, right? A multiracial group of people who are upper middle class or middle class to say like, I am Shanae, my kid goes to X school and I'm here in solidarity with the Bryant parents. And it wasn't until that moment that all of a sudden the school administrators were like, oh, this is a bigger deal than we need it to be. They said nothing but their names and their titles, right? Our members already were telling their stories, talking about their lived experience, de-escalating, but all of a sudden, right, we were able to cut through some of this like really toxic identity stasis that we're in and create the appearance, frankly, of being more powerful than we really were in that moment, right? Because if we were powerful, the parents would have brought it home themselves. And so I say all that to say, like, for us, the narrative change work is gonna be like completely central. I think the parent unity across race and class and like having tough conversations about what does it mean to be a parent at a school that's considered stable and solid and to know your kid still isn't getting what they deserve and to know that up the road it's way worse. Like we can hold those contradictions in a way where like we recognize the humanity of people and hold them like accountable. And I think the last one for me is like, what's the leadership play? If we all have these skills, right? Like if I've learned all these things over just, 15 years of not like being at a crappy high school, how are we like actually passing on and not gatekeeping knowledge? And so for us, the leadership development piece is key. And so our ultimate goal is like, all right, if we believe in self-determination, if we want to see human development of children, then that means that like we have to believe in their parents too, right? Like who is gonna fight harder for their kids than the parents? Sorry, Chris, go ahead.
No, I'm already terrible. I'm not a teacher, so I probably lost all the bills and everything. Sorry, Dan, you're gonna have the final thought. They said 3:05, but just keep going until somebody cuts you off. Okay, they said you got time, so you're all right.
Okay. Well, I mean, my theory of change, I think, kind of actually starts with where the first answer was, which is, so I'm litigating a case brought under Pennsylvania's education clause. So Kayla talked about the role of education in sort of the post-Civil War era, and it was in fact conditioned for readmission to the Union for a number of southern states to add their education clauses. Pennsylvania had an education clause from the same era, from 1874, that says the General Assembly has to provide a thorough and efficient system of public education. And so my office is litigating a case alleging that the failure to adequately fund public schools is failing that duty. And we're doing that on behalf of both Lowell School Districts, Pennsylvania chapter of the NAACP, parents. And I think the case has been an interesting example, one of how race is, how the legal sort of discourse shapes what you can and can't do with regard to race and allegations of race discrimination, and then maybe the limitations of litigation. So our case is not a race discrimination case, despite the fact that we're in a state with just profound inequities along race lines, both on the front end, the opportunities that kids have, and on the back end. And it's not because the United States Supreme Court has said that you basically can't use a disparate impact theory against state governments. A 5-4 decision in the year 2000 said that doesn't work. And so then, well, how do you evaluate a system? When you evaluate a system for all children, can you actually talk about how it's doing for its attendant parts? There's 1.7 million kids in public schools in Pennsylvania. Hundreds of thousands of them are Black children and hundreds of thousands of them are Latino children. Can you actually examine how those kids are doing? We thought, of course, you could. But an earlier panelist talked about the erasure of race. The Speaker of the House of Pennsylvania actually filed a motion to preclude us from discussing race in the case. Preclude us from discussing inequities in funding, preclude us from discussing inequities in outcomes. And now we successfully beat that back, and we're still waiting a final decision in the case, but we were able to talk about just these huge opportunity gaps and achievement gaps as a measure of a failing system for all students, that you can't evaluate a system just on some bland average. You actually have to look at how it's functioning. And I hope we are successful in this case, but one of the things that I always stress to people is the actual limitations of a victory. And that, like, because when you look at this is not the first of its case around the country. There are many in the country. There are many similar cases that have been filed all around the country. And if you judge the ultimate success of these kinds of litigation as, did more money get to the kids that needed it? Did more funding get to the kids that needed it? You see wildly disparate outcomes, even among the victories, because the law can only do so much. If we win, and if we're so fortunate enough to win, and a judge says, yeah, these schools are profoundly underfunded, well, what comes next? That a recalcitrant legislature may not write a $2 billion or $3 billion check to say, you're right, let's do it. Instead, what you really see when it's successful is you have organized communities who take that like little bit of leverage and then jam through a real solution. And so our theory of change is not that litigation is going to fix the school funding system in Pennsylvania. It's that we have a overall strategy to fix the public school system in Pennsylvania, of which litigation is sort of one tool to give leverage to actually do that.
Thank you so much, Dan. So now we have about a shortened amount of time for questions. What I want to ask is if we can lift up multiple questions and we just sort of we'll work through them all at once. So maybe we can offer 3 questions from the space, and then we'll try to make sure that each one of those gets answered. So does anyone have any questions? Or I think this person's walking around with the mic. Good afternoon. We hear you though. I'll repeat it.
All right.
I got you.
How you doing? My name is Joseph Montazar. I'm here on behalf of the Philadelphia NAACP. Specifically, some of the titles I feel I'm all over the place with it, but I'm on the education committee. And so one thing that we talk about is chaired by a lady named Veronica Joyner, who runs Mathematics, Civics, and Sciences Charter School. So some Philadelphians may be familiar. But some of the things that come up with us are specifically dealing with the unions. And so my question to the panel is, and maybe the young lady, I'm not sure, I didn't catch her name, that went to West Philly. Are you having any specific meetings with union reps to see how that might be able to exactly hit what you're trying to get, what you're trying to tangibly affect to benefit the students, if that's still the main goal for everyone at the end of the day, to effectively teach these kids and impact their quality of life positively. What impact have they had that you've experienced? And for me, I'm thinking about it like they have such a stronghold from a leverage standpoint with allocation of resources, specifically finances and decision-making powers and whatnot. But from what I can tell, they're having so much trouble replenishing their ranks. So how are they so outnumbered from everyone who needs to be advocated for, but they still continue to maintain the stranglehold that they have when we deal with leverage and negotiation?
Thank you. Calling in unions in this fight is first question. We're going to come to that in a second. I wanted to make sure we had space for a couple more questions to be asked before we, as a panel, can answer it. So I got a brother here in the middle. He's with his hand up. If you want to just start, that's my brother. Step up. Go ahead. I hear you.
So just real quick, my name is Tremaine Hicks. I'm a design lead. I served almost 20 years of abolition. I've been a lawyer on police brutality and corruption. And I've been on about 2 years now. So my question is this. I was just in New York last week twice at middle school on 4th and 2nd in Brooklyn. And the New York Innocence Project, who I'm working in the design lead, asked me to speak to the students, asked me to take the story. And I didn't know what I was wanting. So it was pretty cool. It's middle school. it blew my mind. I was so moved, so pleased, and so encouraged for the future because these kids were part of future politicians, policymakers, legislators, police officers. And they're getting a head start. So my question is, and I'm from Philadelphia, born and raised. My question is, what is prohibiting like the schools in Philadelphia from instituting classes like that?
That's a great question. Great question. So the ability for, legal education that teaches people their rights within schools. So I'm gonna just use those two just to keep us on time. Oh, there's one more over here? Okay, maybe we can throw a quick one in. Right here?
Yeah, I guess this would be to Philly,
Lift every voice.
Remember the song, you gotta be like, lift every voice, you gotta do it. Yeah.
You don't know all three verses though.
Understanding that especially public school teachers are the biggest outliers of cause that's taught in the family regulation system.
Yeah.
That cause families to be separated. Is that a topic that Lift Every Voice is looking into or advocating?
So also the interconnection between schools and the family regulation system. So we got calling unions into the table. We got the ability for, legal education within schools, and then also the interconnection between schools and family regulation. Our final round of questions.
So my quick question is, the quick answer is Philly's an outlier on family separation. Our truancy laws at the state, the way that they're codified here, right? In handbooks, it says explicitly 6 absences, you will get, referred to truancy court. I want to be sensitive to the fact that, teachers exist in a system that they did not choose either. No one got into a system to push paper all day or to be infantilized the way the teachers are. And so part of the reason I'm no longer a teacher is because of just the blatant disrespect. As it relates to the vacancies, lots of reasons for teacher vacancies. Not only have we totally deprofessionalized the force in the sense of believing teachers should have agency or whatever, we also fired entire swaths of Black women who, in my estimation, were, for many, right, a stable force in not only their schools, but also their families and their communities, right? And so when you look at what happened to teachers in New Orleans, black teachers in New Orleans, black teachers in Washington, D.C., I wonder how much of the spike in gun violence is connected to the fact that the aunt or the person who could be called in the family who had some social capital or some privilege now does not exist and is a person who's been totally taken off the scene. I did not have a single teacher who wasn't a Black woman until 6th grade. That was my experience. I didn't have a single teacher who wasn't 50 years old, and I entered a high school classroom at 21. So I just think that there's lots of things there. As far as the unions, I want to be sensitive to the fact that I am personally pro-union, and to believe in unions is to believe in public ed. If we believed in public ed as it is now, none of us would, right? We have to believe in unions and we have to believe in public ed for the institutions that we can remake and the institutions that we can build, not what they are. I think we can all agree that workers deserve a say. We all, if you are privileged enough to have a 5-day work week, you got that because of a union. And there are really, really big problems with the ways our public systems function, our community systems function, and of course our unions. So I just want to punt and veer away from a neo-lib fuck the teachers conversation. I don't want to do that, with the caveat that it is super nuanced, and I think there's a lot of drivers for it. And if we are going to have an honest conversation about it, I think there's accountability on all sides.
Can I jump in about something?
Yeah, I know you got probably some curriculum for our schools too. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I was thinking about my brother's question about legal curriculum.
Okay, I was gonna say, so I first want to elevate the work of this amazing organization called Defying Legal Gravity, which is an organization led by 2 Black attorneys who, in addition to their full-time jobs supporting youth who are incarcerated, supported youth who are criminalized, and families who are separated, on Saturdays run legal academies. And that is a beautiful initiative they do, but young people should have a right to legal education. I think this is a conversation when we're talking about the Reconstruction amendments, when we're talking about positive rights, when we're talking about young people, a right to public education should include a right to legal education. And so I just want to name also that to the extent that at law schools that we create barriers to access, we create paywalls, all of those things indicate it's not a right, it shouldn't be shared. And so I want to normalize the idea of creating mutual aid efforts to share legal tools, to share legal knowledge, and also support the idea that when we are talking about an affirmative right to public education, how can we actively talk about a right to legal education with that? So people are really able to understand that. So I'd love to talk and collab after and chat with those people at that public school, because they're really doing some work on top of a deficit that exists. The other thing I just wanted to say is, in terms of teachers' unions, from a youth perspective, and I know the Philly union, right? We need to talk about what it means to start student unions, because the idea that teachers are organizing in a union, I was organizing in a union only for workplace conditions, but not for workplace conditions as the place of learning conditions as well. That creates sort of this scarcity model where we're fighting for crumbs. And I'm asking for a classroom, I'm asking for very basic resources at the expense of the young people. So it's important to really think about that. But I want to elevate also radical caucuses that don't get enough attention, like the Moore Caucus in New York that has been organizing, and they brought youth organizers in to talk. So I would say around the union space, one, really elevate and connect with radical caucuses and organizers, but two, also think about what it would look like to support students to build power and acknowledge schools as workplaces for educators, but also for students too.
So I just want to add to that, in thinking about what you described happening at that public school, for what it's worth, outside of clinics also doesn't happen in law school, right? And so I think there's a conversation to be had about pedagogy and higher ed programs. Yeah. I'm thinking about, you know, so much of the law is about power, particularly racial power and class power, and yet most traditional law school classrooms disappear all of those things. Yeah. And you end up, you know, pretending like judges have these principled theories of how, you know, the law should be interpreted, and that it's not like, no, they decided the outcome they wanted, they worked backwards from there. And you spend 3 years like not learning that. And so it sounds like the education that those young people are getting is also the education that law students need to get and need to be required to get, not opt into through clinics. It's part of the reason why I'm so excited for Professor McClellan's clinic and what students will get to work and think about in this space. And it also says something about, I was thinking about what you said about how the administrators were responding to parents. And there's actually in this book, How We Stay Free, there's a James Baldwin quote that says, not only was I not born to be a slave, I was not born to hope to become the equal of the slave master. And I think that that pedagogy is entirely missing from higher education institutions, and that is another part of the struggle, because those are the folks who are either going to be willing to like get out of the way as administrators at worst, or at best be helpful to parents who are and students who are trying to transform schools. So we have to think about that too.
Thank you. That quote comes from How We Stay Free, Notes on the Black Uprising, which I co-edited and wrote the introduction and put that James Baldwin quote in. Thank you. It's available. And thank you, panelists, for your time. Get it from Harriet's Bookshop. They're here somewhere.
Really quickly, the second CLE password for this session is history.
Like, when do you move to that, like, back from here?
Hello, hello, hello. If folks could start making their ways back to their seats, we'll start getting ready for our third panel.
It's been like a really long week, and my partner's very much been like, we need to like do family things tonight. So I want to, but I really feel like she's gonna be like, no. It's hard when like it's in your own city. I feel like you can do it. I know, yeah. It's very difficult. I feel like if I wasn't here, obviously things would be a lot different. But like she's making enchiladas because.
And as folks get settled, I would just like to thank again our previous panelists from today, as well as everyone who's been able to join us both in the room and online. Thank you for all your attention and engagement today. I feel very, very grateful to be sharing space with everyone here today. So thank you all. Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Margot Hu. I use they, them pronouns, and I am a 3L and a student at the ARC Justice Clinic here at Penn Law. And it is my honor to introduce our third and final panel of the day, Radical Visions for Third Reconstruction, which will discuss community-based movements for racial justice and the ongoing work promised by the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. So our esteemed panelists before you today are Amanda Alexander, founding executive director at Detroit Justice Center, senior research scholar at University of Michigan Law School, racial justice lawyer and historian. Next is Chris Henderson, executive director and co-founder of Amistad Law Project, a movement lawyer and a co-founding member of the Coalition to Abolish Death by Incarceration. Next, Robert Seling Holbrook, executive director of the Abolitionist Law Center, co-founder of the Human Rights Coalition, also a co-founding member of the Coalition to Abolish Death by Incarceration, and a lecturer in law here at Penn. And joining us on Zoom, Purvi Shah, founder and executive director at Movement Law Lab, and who co-founded Law for Black Lives and was the founding director of the Bertha Justice Institute at the Center for Constitutional Rights. And finally, our moderator, maybe familiar face, founding director and practice associate professor of the Advocacy for Racial and Civil Justice Clinic, Cara McClellan. So welcome everyone joining us here today, and please join me in welcoming all of our panelists who will now take it away.
We're going to do one more announcement for CLE credits. And thank you so much to Taylor, who is such a star and phenomenal student in the clinic.
The first CLE password for this session is... so many to remember. The word is reform.
So can we first just have a round of applause again for this group of panelists who we're really fortunate to have here. As we were working to start the clinic, many of your work are what we read to think about where do we even begin. Your mission statements are what we've studied. So if I could have for each of you just to start by introducing yourself, your pronouns, the organization that you lead, and really what your theory of change, your mission is as an organization.
Should I start?
Yes, please.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Amanda Alexander. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm the founding executive director of the Detroit Justice Center. And first off, just congratulations, Professor McClellan and your students on the labor that it takes, not just to pull this together today, but to pull off a clinic. And it's been really incredible so far to be here with everyone and to see so many organizers in the audience. I think that this bodes well for what's ahead for the clinic. So thank you. In terms of our theory of change at DJC, we use a movement lawyering theory of change that comes to us from movement lawyers before us, including Purvi Shah, who's been a dear mentor and is a board member at DJC. But that theory of change is that sustainable social change occurs when directly impacted people lead their own struggles and build power to change the conditions of oppression. So what that means in practice at DJC is that we use a defense, offense, and dreaming approach. And that really came about because I was, frustrated during law school. I was interning at places like the Center for Constitutional Rights, which I love, which I'm proudly on the board of now. But we were doing these beautiful long-term litigation cases that would take many years to resolve. And every night when I would stay late, there would be people who would be buzzing the doorbell, and saying, I need help, I'm being evicted. Or CPS is trying to take my kids away. And we had to turn them away because we were focused on these kind of long-term systemic change issues. And so the next summer I interned at the Bronx Defenders and, was trying to which I loved as well. But felt a similar tension, where it felt like we were doing these cases representing, I was in the family defense practice, representing people at risk of having their kids taken away into the family regulation system, and just doing these, just one by one cases, but not looking so much at the systemic issues. And so our defense, offense, and dreaming approach tries to bring a more holistic approach to advocacy. So our attorneys go on defense, helping our clients resolve fines, fees, tickets, warrants, all of these things that put them at risk of being in jail. So we remove those legal barriers so that they can hold on to their housing, hold on to their children, stay out of jail and prison. Our economic equity practice goes on offense, and so that is where we have transactional attorneys who are shoring up the incredible freedom dreams that Detroiters have been building. So we are helping to launch worker-owned cooperative businesses. So we've helped launch 9 of those so far. We run a co-op academy with the Detroit Community Wealth Fund and other partners. We have established Detroit's first 3 community land trusts. So these are, shoring up the ideas for what is it going to take in order to keep neighborhoods affordable for generations to come. And then we dream in our Just Cities Lab. And so that is where we are inviting our partners to dream with us about what are the elements of a just city. How do we build a just Detroit? And so far, that has looked like things like building the Metro Detroit Restorative Justice Network. So listening to people who are already doing restorative justice and transformative justice work and figuring out how can we help build your capacity to take more and more serious cases out of the criminal punishment system. It also looks like building a Divest Invest coalition to shift funding out of prisons, policing, and jails and into the things that communities actually need. So that's what we're up to.
Thank you. Chris, we'll pass it to you.
Hi. Yeah, thanks so much for having me here. Congratulations, Cara. This is awesome, and it's really great to be here. It's really great to see sort of what is being born in this moment. And yes, so Amistad Law Project, we're based here in Philly. We do a combination of legal work and organizing. So on the legal side of things, we work with people who are currently incarcerated with like conditions cases, which we sort of view as harm reduction. But primarily we want to get people out of the state system. And so a lot of the work that we do is around the commutation process. We're working with people trying to navigate that process, which in Pennsylvania is the pardons process. We specifically mostly work with people who are serving life without parole or death by incarceration. And on the municipal side of things, we have a campaign aimed at trying to get more resources for mobile crisis units, which can respond to mental health, behavioral health crises without police, which we definitely need in Philadelphia, where we spend way too much money on cops, almost $800 million. And there's one other thing. Oh, on our base building, our organizing is primarily housed in Free Them to Heal Us, where we are building a base of people who have loved ones who are serving life without parole or death by incarceration or other long-term sentences. We do like both doing campaign work with those folks and also doing like skills building and training and like actually working with people to actually use those skills. Yes, I think that is the nutshell.
Well, thank you, Cara, for inviting me. Even though I'm here often, it's still good to work with you. The executive director of the Abolitionist Law Center, also Straight Ahead, which is our C4 arm. Our work primarily revolves around engaging the carceral state from what I like to say, from its front end to its back end. And our role in that engagement is to diminish and erode, and our horizon is to abolish the carceral state. We primarily organize with communities and people impacted by mass incarceration, over policing and racist prosecution. That's our base. I like to tell people one thing about ALC and straight ahead, we know our lane and we know our constituents. And that's our people. That's who we fight for, because historically, and I speak from someone who was in prison for 27 years, sentenced to spend the rest of my life in prison at the age of 16, and was released at the age of 44, only because the United States Supreme Court said children cannot be mandatorily sentenced to life without parole. We have always been the community and the people marginalized. We've always been either excluded from power, on the receiving end of power, or for me, just as harmful, is just as insulting, tokenized by people who are speaking in our name or trying to take up our battles. So for us, we embed our organizers, we embed our lawyers, we embed our staff within these communities, within these families, within these people, and we work to build their power, because our power as an organization is only as strong as our base. And we work very closely with Amnesty Law Project. And then our theory of change, I'd like to tell people, you know, the theory of change for me is always so personally entwined with the work. And, you know, my personal theory of change is something that would probably have me on the Homeland Security watch list, because I don't believe that we're going to get to abolition through elections, through litigation, or through legislation. I just leave it like that. However, in terms of our political work and our social work and our organizing work, when that day comes when we have to upend this system, it's always going to be the carceral state that's going to be the one to disappear you, to be the one to come and knock at your door. We just have to look at the history of the Black Panther Party, look at the history of the 60s and 70s when we had social upheaval in this country. So as an organization, we also want to be an organization that will be there to defend the movement, to defend those activists. So that's our theory of change. That's always a hard question, you know, when you're dealing with a beast like capitalism in this country, and also in the nonprofit space, you know, to answer that question. And I try and answer it as authentic as possible, but it's always just, you know, a tough one to, you know, talk about what's your theory of change when we're dealing with a system essentially that has no problem crushing us or disappearing us. And how you respond to that is, you have to really take that into consideration when you talk about your theory of change.
Thank you. Purvi, we'll pass it to you.
Hey, everyone. I can see myself, and it's kind of bizarre to be looming over the rest of the panel like this, but thank you guys for having me. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person, but I'm really honored to be on this panel with so many people that I esteem and to celebrate this great clinic. So my name is Purvi Shah. I have been working at the intersection of law and social movements for about 17 years now. Really started out as an organizer. I think, you know, like many of us as a young person, really wondering why the world is the way it was, why, you know, in my community, why certain people had access to things and others didn't. And that journey got me to community organizing. And, you know, it felt like it was transformational for me in terms of my understanding of my own power, of the power of people linking arms together. And I was pretty much set to be an organizer, and kind of got schooled by a bunch of the organizers I worked with, because I had gotten into law school and I was like, I don't want to go to law school. I would just like to be an organizer. And they were like, actually, we don't have a lot of lawyers that we can work with and we can trust. And so for the last, you know, however many years, I've been on this journey of trying to figure out, how do we marry, you know, a system that has been inherently oppressive and weaponized against our communities? How can we actually leverage that as an asset, not the sort of central force in social movements or in building power, as folks have talked about, but really a tool that can be used. So the organization that I am the executive director and founder of, and honored to be building with our team, it's called Movement Law Lab. And our vision is basically three things. We want to organize lawyers, we want to work to decolonize the law, and we want to grow social movement power. And we do that because our sort of theory of change is rooted in this idea that social change requires shifting power, culture, and systems. And that more than mitigating immediate harms, we need to redesign these underlying systems, as folks were mentioning earlier. And really for me, it's about changing, and for the lab, it's about changing who has economic and political power. And then I think the other parts of our theory of change is this idea that social movements, organized groups of everyday people, folks proximate to problems, that when they, history has told us when we agitate, we win transformational change. When we organize, like labor movements, civil rights movements, national, struggles to end colonialism. And so those are kind of the first two tenets of our theory of change. Social change requires shifting culture, power, and systems. Social movements are the engines of that change. And then who's inside social movements? We would say that our theory of change says that movements are powered by visionary activists, organizers, and directly impacted folks. And so that's who we see as a protagonist of the story at our organization. And then now we come to law. We say that law and lawyers, we have a role in this whole story, but it is a role that has limits. And so that's kind of how we approach it. And this is obviously the theory of movement lawyering that many of the folks on the panel share. I would say the lab's work is really like, we really believe in visionary leaders like the folks on the panel. And I think our vision is to multiply and replicate many other institutions and organizations like the ones that they're building, and more importantly, democratize access to the law in a variety of ways. The legal sector, 97% of the legal sector basically works to preserve the status quo, whether they're representing corporations or they're representing the carceral state, or they're working for the interests of the white, the wealthy, and the powerful. Only 3% of the legal sector works for issues of justice and poverty. So that's what the lab is really trying to change. So we do that through directly partnering with large social movements and building legal arms for them, whether it was similar to what many of us did for the movement for Black Lives. We're doing that currently with the National Housing Justice Movement. So we're building legal capacity for about 150 grassroots tenants groups across the country. We do a ton of trainings and learning, and really just building like a community for us to exchange lessons on this approach, which is countercultural in the law. We create strategy and dreaming spaces. I mean, like the terrain is changing consistently, and it's pretty hard to figure out how to do liberatory work inside the law. So we like to create those spaces. We build networks, including an international network of movement lawyers in 26 countries. And we call ourselves a lab because we really believe in an experimental and iterative approach. I feel like for many of us that have worked in social change work, there is this thing that happens where we sometimes kind of get stuck in the same way of doing things. And law is a particular field that is prone to being very stagnant. We don't see a lot of innovation in our sector. We don't ask, we kind of have this, culture of precedent. We look backwards. And so we really wanted to build a space that was experimental, that was going to try things, send out test balloons, can actually be a place where movement lawyers can think and sort of iterate together. So that's a bit about us in the lab. Thank you.
Thank you. I think for many of us in this room, your organizations have been a model for how to do things differently. You all have each kind of been at the forefront of thinking about how to practice differently. And so one of the things in looking at your organizations that's common is centering abolition. I wonder if you could talk to us about what it means to be an abolitionist organization. In particular, there is this critique in this narrative that is really falsely informed about what abolition is. And so I was wondering if you could talk specifically to that as it relates to your work. And we don't have to go in the same order. Maybe Chris, you want to kick it off for us?
Why not? I was kind of like, oh, this is literally my favorite thing to talk about, but also, I think we're in this really interesting moment where abolition is something that we're talking about in the mainstream, or at least it is something that people are aware of, that it exists, and maybe sort of vaguely know what it is. I think that we're also in this place where people are kind of like offhand, like, that's ridiculous, like absolutely not, which I think is because people really don't actually know what it is. But I think also part of that is based in the reality that so many abolitionists are maximalists, to use the language of Mo Mitchell. And to me, that means that like we have to both think about and sort of be working towards this world in which we don't have carceral systems, in which we have created all of these other supports and other things that our communities need. And also, right now, we're living in this space where, like, we aren't there. And, you know, I would love it if, you know, next week we actually were there. And, you know, I want to leave room for that possibility. A lot of things would have to happen to get to there, like Celine was sort of alluding to. But I think that in short of that, what we have to do in the interim is sometimes make, not compromises, but do things that are not maximally aligned with what some people think of abolition. And to me, that's like one, incredibly critical so that we can actually have policy interventions that we can win on. And also because I think in order for us to be in conversation with and really in relationship with a base of people who are actually directly impacted by incarceration, by policing, when we're talking about abolition, we have to talk about it in a way that people actually get and understand and resonates with them. So, yeah, that's pretty much all I would say.
Thank you. Salim?
Yeah, you know, these questions always, you know, bring to mind the podcast that Professor Joy James did, The Plurality of Abolition, because there's no template for abolition. And I think people come into the abolitionist movement or abolitionist space, and also abolitionist organizations, thinking that you're going to find this linear chart of what abolition is, like A, B, C, D, E. It's not like that, right? For one, you know, very few things in life are linear, right? And when you join an organization, and particularly an organization like Abolitionist Law Center, you have people coming in with different experiences of what abolition is. So for someone like me who was incarcerated, the priority of abolition is to free people and then to diminish the power of the state. And that's our role and that's our lane. But there's also people who are dreaming of that abolitionist space tomorrow, right? And Professor Joy James talked about that. And I like to look at abolition as a river that has many different, help me out, tributaries flowing into it, right? We're one of those flowing into that river of abolition. And, you know, for us, our lane is, again, we're a dismantling law and organizing project, and that's what's centered. But there's other organizations like the Dream Defenders that are abolitionists that work on like transformative justice and restorative justice. So, you know, it's really exciting that there's so many different lanes and tributaries of abolition that you could dip your foot in, or you could cast off in to get into that river of abolition. You really have to find, you know, what fits your experience, also what fits your principles and your politics. So, you know, that's how I like operate and move in this abolition space. And, you know, Chris raised the point about, what is it that Mo Mitchell talked about, like, maximalism. You know, I kind of call it like either purity test that some people have. Like, for me, like, I can't even like relate to those type of questions, right? Because I understand that, you know, to get to abolition is an incremental process, right? It's going to be push and pull. And anyone who has dealt with power, whether it's contesting power, whether it's contending with power, whether it's challenging power, because there's a difference between all three of those, even running from power, right? You know that this is a back and forth. This is a contest. So you're never going to have that like purity test, or you can't always just have a maximum position in this space, particularly in a space where our work involves people who are suffering right now, right? And like, I used to tell people when I was on the inside, abolitionists that I would be corresponding with, we were abolitionists on the inside, but we also were trying to get some reform. And so we would deal with conditions, right? And I would explain to them, and they would say, well, look, that's not getting people out. I said, well, it's easy for you to say that when no one is strangling you at this moment, right? So for us, these incremental battles are to give us some breathing space, to get those hands off of our throat so I could breathe a little bit more. But also, those reforms that we won, right, enabled us to organize on the inside and liberate ourselves. So we were able to stop prisoners who were organizing on the inside from being automatically placed in solitary confinement quickly, because we built a movement up on the outside that could respond to them. We had people that went to law school and became attorneys. That enabled me to organize to free myself and dozens of others. So it's an incremental process, you know, and also there's no check, like if you're looking for a checklist for abolition, you know, I could tell you that in the spaces that I'm in, like, you're just in the wrong space. There may be some space that has those checklists for abolition. It's just not the spaces that I'm in, or many of us who are doing that day-to-day work, because it's just so different every day.
So Porvy and Amanda, I wonder if I can come to you with a related question, because I think both of you have written and taught many of us so much about how much abolition is connected to imagining a different future, and as Professor Alexander puts it, nurturing freedom dreams. So I wonder if I can pose that question to both of you. In particular, how do you think about abolition and nurturing freedom dreams in your work?
Thank you for the question. So I would say we are really indebted at DJC to the work of Ruth Wilson Gilmore, who has taught so many of us that abolition is a project of creation. It's not just about the absence of criminalization, policing, and jails and prisons. It's about the presence of all the things that we need to create safe communities and to make prisons obsolete. And so I would say when it comes to doing abolitionist work day to day, it means, you know, keeping our full imaginations turned on and really creating space to imagine together, what do we deserve? What do we need in order to thrive? And not just thinking about what is winnable, you know, or, you know, I hate it whenever policy conversations start with, well, we already talked with the prosecutors and they're willing to do this. And we talked with the sheriffs and they'll do this. And it's like, stop. Like, have you talked to a single person who is directly impacted by this? And ask them, what would they dream of? You know, what are their dreams for their lives? And then starting from there, and then backing into the question of, okay, so how do we get there incrementally in the next 6, 12 months? How do we take steps towards that? I love what you were saying, Salim, about it being an incremental process, and the work of harm reduction, of alleviating suffering in the here and now is absolutely part of an abolitionist framework. I think the test for me is like, yes, social change is always incremental, it's always step by step, but making sure that those increments are moving in the right direction. I think this has been really heartening in the past several years to see, yes, there are the ongoing incidents of police violence, but the demands are becoming more and more abolitionist in response. So just this week, we saw Decarcerate Memphis come out with really abolitionist, incrementalist, but abolitionist demands. They were not calling for the things that have already proven to be, non-effective reforms. So we're not hearing about the call for body cameras or diverse police forces or more trainings, because those things did not stop Tyree Nichols from being killed.
And so, instead they're calling for things like we need to stop federal funding flowing to jump out units, like the Scorpion unit that killed him. We need to stop, like you have in Philadelphia, police stops for minor traffic violations or for having improper registration or broken taillight. And we need to get armed cops out of police stops altogether. And so those are the types of things that are trying to reduce the power, the legitimacy, and the funding of police. And those are the types of demands that we're not going to have to come back and undo, or kind of clean up the work because we settled for too little a few years from now. So, I think that that's a partial answer to this question of what it means to, yes, hold the space for dreaming, but also move in those increments towards abolition.
Thank you. Porvi?
Yeah, I think that's so beautifully put, Amanda. And I mean, I think many of us are the products of, I've been shaped in thinking about abolition by so many amazing, mostly Black women that have talked to me about, what is abolition? Marbury, Sally Butts, Amanda Alexander, Miriam Kaba, Andrea Ritchie. So I want to just honor this tradition of having freedom dreams and being radical in our imaginations, that there have always been parts of our society, mostly, definitely Black queer folks, women that have really been at the forefront of really helping us believe that something else is possible. So I think I'll answer it from less of a sort of academic or analytical way, and just really talk about it more from I think what it feels like inside, my body. Like, to me, this idea that abolition for me is a North Star. It is remaking so many ways of being in society, right? It's asking us these questions of like, what does it really mean to feel safe? What does it mean to be in right relationship with each other? What does it mean to be in not just each other, but also the world? Like, I think it's a frame that unlocks reimagining so many other systems in our societies, specifically the carceral state. But we're in a moment where so many of our systems, our relationship with the sort of planet is in question. How we think about democracy and this sort of failure of democracy, that I think what abolition means to me is it creates this portal to a protagonist vision in which I can be part of shaping the world. I think as I've studied and looked back at history, particularly some of the most pernicious parts of history, whether we look at things like neoliberalism or different ideas that have moved through society and kind of become the air that we breathe, it was like a small group of people who really hunkered down and built those ideas, and they multiplied and they became what we think. So to me, the abolitionists of today, I think they're doing that for us. I think that they are helping us, remake our world and feel that it is possible to have a new way of being in which we could feel differently inside it. Our relationships are different. Our day-to-day lives are different. What we spend most of our time thinking about and consumed with, our sense of ability to be peaceful and not be just in the context of suffering all the time. So I think that's really what, to me, is what really inspires me about the abolitionist movement and the abolitionist tradition.
Thank you. I want to make sure we get to the title of the panel as well. And so many in the aftermath of 2020 and even before have been calling for that we need a refounding of this country in order to fulfill the promises of dignity and citizenship for Black people, that Reconstruction didn't do that, civil rights movement didn't do that, and that we need a third Reconstruction now. So I want to pose the question to you all, do we, and what in your mind would that look like? And maybe we will start with Salim for this. I know this is also something you teach about and talk about in your class here at the law school. So,
yeah, I mean, one is I like to tell people that the ultimate aim of abolition should be to abolish the social contract that has governed this country since its inception. And when we look at a lot, the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and all these laws that our rights are supposed to extend from, we'll see that, look, I don't need to keep beating a dead horse. We know that our ancestors were enslaved and these laws didn't apply to us, right? But they still generally don't, right? Because we still have to fight for them every day. and we're still having to fight to protect them every day. And so for me, I feel like when you look at what other countries have done, and look, I don't think there's really any perfect template for this, but we certainly need to start with a rewriting of the Constitution. We need to start with a redistribution of the relations govern wealth in this country. Absolutely reparations. And we need to, like I said, completely align the social contract. And look, the social contract was built on what? Genocide. The social contract was built on enslavement. The social contract was built on exploited labor, whether it was slave labor, indentured labor, or exploiting just the means of production to squeeze profits out of human beings. So for me, it's really going to involve us rewriting all of those contracts that govern what a civil, I don't even know if we could call this a civil society, but what is the society that we want to see, the civil society that we want to live in, right? And then as attorneys, this comes to our role in that, or even as organizers, right? Because I like to kind of democratize the law, the legal profession, right? Our role is to look for the gaps within the system that we can, it's almost like water. Once water finds a gap, it gets in it, and then it erodes, and then it spreads, and then it collapses it. This is what we have to do when it comes to law. This is how we have to find those gaps that we can start rewriting, whether it's the Constitution, whether it's what the Bill of Rights, whether it's the protections that we as citizens in this country, and for real, like some of us aren't even really considered citizens in this country. So it's going to revolve, a complete overturning, dare I say it, a revolution in this country, because that is what the third Reconstruction is going to have to be about. But then it's also going to have to be about protecting those rights, protecting what we built, because as we saw with the first Reconstruction, they were having these same conversations: how to transform this country, how to make this country better, how to get elected, how to have more black attorneys, right? And they got their foot in the door, they got in that crack, but they were pushed out. So when I look at it, it has to be us in our roles seeking to create that new world on top of the embers of this world that we live in now. So we're going to definitely have to do dismantling, but in dismantling, we're going to have to do rebuilding. And, I look at Chile, how they tried to redo their constitution. I looked at South Africa, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, but I also look at indigenous societies, indigenous cultures, how they govern themselves, right? So I don't mean to sound like I have the template, because I don't. But I know the direction that we need to go in, and I know at least my role in it. And working with other people, then we could build that template together for that what a third Reconstruction in this country will look like.
Thank you. Purvi, I see you nodding, so maybe we'll come to you here.
Yeah, I feel like the way I think about this question is grounded in what I think is happening in the current moment, right? Which I think is, a sort of pattern that we've seen in history. But I feel like how I think about the need for a third Reconstruction and what is it that lawyers can do has to first start with how do I understand this current moment? And so I feel like if we think about this current moment, right, we're more kind of a broader sector of society is understanding what many of us have understood for a long time, that our origin story of America is based on genocide and racial terror, that the systems and institutions are flawed, they're corrupt, they're racist, they're classist, right? There's kind of like a chink in the armor. There's I don't know what the analogy is, but there's sort of like a ripple in the matrix or something. And I think that certainly this has been precipitated by not only the sort of, the kind of renewed horror at police violence in this country, but lots of other things, our COVID response, our kind of failures in the democratic system and rolling back voting rights, the way that, you know, workers are exploited in so many jobs. And so I think this kind of combined moment of the pandemic and this sort of racial reckoning moment that we're back in, I think it's kind of got to a crisis of legitimacy for like the existing power and existing systems, right? So we're kind of in this rupture moment. And I think in the rupture moment, there are sort of challenges and there are opportunities. I think on the opportunity side, this common sense is changing, our discourse is changing. Some of that's getting co-opted, but still, we're having different conversations. And there's a sort of different sense of what truth is. Like, you know, I think even looking at what's happened most recently between Memphis, Atlanta, you know, looking at the kind of discourse, I think people are asking tougher questions, right? I think most everyday people know the system and feel vindicated that they're understanding that the system isn't working. But the challenge in a rupture moment is that many forces are contending for the future, right? And I think that's what we're seeing, right? We're seeing white supremacy fighting to maintain power through disinformation, the insurrections, you know, violating laws, controlling women, rolling back repro rights, you know, all the trans bills, redefining norms, banning books. Like, we're in this moment, in this rupture, where there's no surety about which way our world is going to go. So in terms of thinking about a reconstruction, I think we're in this phase where intensity and violence and disequilibrium is going to intensify. That is going to have to, we are going to have a response to that that can create the possibility for a third reconstruction. And so for me, in this moment, I kind of think of it as we're pre the possibility of a third, we're not pre in terms of our vision and our imagination. We don't have the power, right? And we have opposing forces that are contending for the power, and they're trying to remake all of those social contracts to be completely abhorrent to the values and the principles that many of us believe in. So I kind of named that to say, like, and some of this I also feel like Bob Moses, who was someone I had the deep honor to get to know at various points, in the middle of the Ferguson moment, where I feel like many of us were maybe sort of feeling this possibility of a third reconstruction, of a big change, kind of looked me in the eye and he was like, the pendulum is going to swing back in the other direction. And I remember just feeling kind of a little bit crushed and maybe disbelieving, you know, the sort of naivete of youth, or of being, you know, just like, well, no, like, this is a big moment. And then sure enough, the pendulum has swung back in the other direction. So I think that these patterns in history where we have moments of like intensifying crisis leads to ruptures. Sometimes we are able to organize and respond and build movements that are super powerful, and then we contend for the future. Now, we've seen flaws in how we've tried to codify what those visions are for the future, or we've seen, you know, errors that we've made. So I think the only other thing I want to say is that I think that those of all of us, whether we're lawyers, organizers, whatever role we're playing in social movements, I think we have a really important role to play in this rupture moment. And I just want to name maybe 2 or 3 things that I think we could be doing in this moment. I think, first of all, everyone's talked about this. I think this idea of harm reduction, like, our people have to live another day in order to be able to contend for that future and to have the chance to build a third reconstruction. So I think this idea of like bringing the fight to every system that has a boot on its neck of our people, to, you know, whether it's the immigration or the criminal justice system or the evictions, whatever it is, making sure we're there to do the harm reduction. I think, though, more than that, this other piece of, you know, to me, that's also about like stress testing the existing systems. How do we kind of push them to their limit? I think the second thing we've got to be doing is building a bigger we. So as we're thinking about ways that we're trying to resist, or maybe even be more building alternatives, how are we bringing different communities together in order to resist? Because I think that's the kind of thing it's going to take to be able to have the kind of movement that can usher in a third reconstruction. And then I think the other pieces are, they're more about how do we show up to this current moment, which I'll save for maybe a little bit later in the panel. But I think this idea of like, we have to make meaning of this moment for our folks to kind of articulate how the contention is happening for the future. We need to build this bigger we need to stress test the system, and we need to keep building that visionary alternative all at the same time. So it's not an easy task, but maybe later I can talk about kind of how do we show up to what feels like a pretty enormous task? I'd love to share some thoughts about just how do you be a human inside trying to achieve some of those difficult things.
I think on this third Reconstruction piece, I struggle because my inclination is to think about a long arc that is, not ruptured by there was a first Reconstruction, a second, but a continuous 400 years of liberation struggle on this continent. And very long liberation struggles across the world. And so less about do we need a third Reconstruction, but what does it mean to pose questions of freedom here and now? And what can we learn from the previous generations of folks who are posing questions of freedom? And what would they tell us about what was unfinished business, from those first Reconstructions? I think of the lesson of the more radical Rosa Parks. So for those who have not read Jean Theo Harris's book about Rosa Parks that really shows her as a revolutionary that she was, I would recommend it. And there's a quote in there where she talks about, she says, "I am not what would be called an integrationist. I never considered that. It wasn't about integration. There's plenty of integration in the South, but it was always for the benefit of white people. And it was never about sitting next to a white man on the bus. That's not freedom. Freedom is about changing the conditions so that, there is a better livelihood for everyone who is dispossessed." And so once she was blacklisted in Montgomery, she came north to Detroit and worked, in my town for the next several decades on housing and economic development work, and building the first Black-owned grocery store in the country in the 1980s. That was her unfinished work, recognizing that freedom is going to be, ending dispossession and ending oppression. It's not about sitting next to someone on the bus. And so thinking about that, what is the question of freedom for us now? I also think about comrades of mine in South Africa when I first went there 20 years ago. And this was, within the first decade after the end of legislative apartheid. And there were people who were saying, this democracy, this so-called democracy where, yes, we have the right to vote, we don't consider ourselves free. This is not a democracy. This is a ballot box democracy. But democracy will mean that we democratize property relations. And so instead of voting, we're going to occupy some land that is rightfully ours. And so they taught me how to just continually pose this question of what will it mean to be free, and defining that for ourselves over and over. And so whether or not that maps on to a third Reconstruction, I think that's what we need to be in the practice of doing, is just defining freedom for ourselves.
Chris will give you a last word.
I'm really glad that I got to go last on this one, so I got to hear everyone else's things. Yeah, because I think I'm like, oh, yes, definitely. And then I'm like, oh, but do we? But what is even the thing that we actually want? And what is the thing that we should be working towards? Because I think there is this question of is it even a singular process that will get us to that thing? Or is it the thing that Amanda's talking about, actually this very long arc of a lot of people doing a lot of different things. And I don't know. I think that also what Purvi was saying about we need actually more people on our side in order to get something substantial regardless. I think that, what we're saying, what we want to do is very compelling. I think it should be universally accepted and desired for everybody to have the things that they actually need, individually and as communities. But for some reason, a lot of people really don't agree with it. And I think we actually have to grapple with that. What is it that we're saying that people are not resonating with? And how do we actually reach people who at this point, are people who are literally trying to fight for the status quo and what we have, even when, looking at it, it's that is also not helping you. And so, yeah, I think there are parts of this that we still haven't figured out, but I think that, it's great that we're trying to.
Mm-hmm. So I just want to, again, thank all of you. Your work has been such a guiding light for so many of us. There is also a lot of wisdom in this room, so I want to make sure we leave time for at least one or two questions. We are running low on time, but if there's anyone who has a burning question that they want to ask. Yes, I see one. And the mic is coming. Yeah, okay, we'll try to get as many as we can.
So we're talking about a third Reconstruction and finding partners in the community, right? There are over 700,000 social workers in the US. It has a social work job growth of 9 to 12% between 2020 and 2013. There are 1,300 schools of social work. Right now, I agree, this is a tipping point. In the schools of social work across this country, there is a clear white supremacist movement in the schools of social work. If the schools of law schools and you all don't join with the schools of social work, we are your partners, but we need your help to infiltrate those schools. Over 350,000 of those social work students coming out of social work schools go to work in the family regulation system, which we know is another carceral system. So we are your partners. This is a tipping point. We are your partners in this. We are social justice warriors, just like you all are. We want to join this fight and fight it with you all, but we need your help. I'm sorry that wasn't a question.
Thank you for that. We have one right here. Thank you for that, though. So we're gonna take two, one right here. Oh, okay. We're gonna try to take a few queued up. Go ahead. Yes, please. And then we're gonna queue up a couple because we're gonna try to be efficient on time.
Thanks. I think I'm going to ask an impossible question, so I'm sorry in advance. So I have never experienced a time, so I've been a lawyer doing family defense work for a while, and I've never seen a time where more people identify as abolitionists doing the work, right? Or more people want to bring values of abolition to the work. And I'm just thinking about what Purvi was saying about, you know, like broadening the base, and sort of about like what Amanda was saying about thinking in this huge arc, and also about what Purvi was saying about co-optation. And a thing that I've experienced pretty regularly is younger lawyers coming into the work and using abolition as a way to police each other and as a way to say who belongs and who doesn't doing this work, or in leadership in this work, or who's allowed to speak or who's not allowed to speak. And I think we can't get to this like larger question of what does liberation look like? What are the unanswered questions of freedom? Or like how do we broaden our base? Or how do we avoid co-optation when we're policing each other and ourselves? And I just don't know how to respond. So if anybody has any ideas, I would love to hear them, or thinking or experience that you've had around folks who are really, really, really dedicated to this concept of abolition, but just keep policing each other and themselves.
I mean, I could talk. I mean, I think I led with that.
Get multiple questions.
No, go ahead. While we're passing the microphone back, go ahead.
Go
Celine, please.
Policing me.
I mean,
It's my fault. It's my fault. Nah. Hey, me and Chris go back to the cages for real. Like that, when I was in the cages, we was rolling. So, no, I think I talked about that earlier, though. That is, you know, if you come into this space and you try and put muzzles or shackles on someone, right? Now, don't get me wrong. You have to have abolitionist values and principles, right? And I think you could very quickly identify someone like, okay, you just read that book about abolition, and you're not really, here to practice it. But anyone who's trying to police abolition, or just from a standpoint of like whether it's your identity or whether because you're articulating a different version of abolition that what Marimba Kaba or Ruthie would provide, does not understand that, again, the plurality of abolition, right? We don't have a maximist position, right, in abolition. So, the only way that can be dealt with is through dialogue, through struggle, through political struggle. So yeah, you're gonna experience that though, because look, I tell everyone, like, there's no perfection in abolition, and to be honest with you, a lot of us in this abolition space are harmed. And I would also encourage you to really look at who are the ones who doing the policing, because oftentimes it's probably going to be the ones who are furthest from being impacted by the carceral state or the system. So those are some things just to consider, but it's really how you show up in that space and how you engage in those conversations. And again, ask them to have an open mind. Look, I could be very aggressive on like how I see abolition from my experience, but I give space for others, right? But you're going to respect me. You're going to respect where I'm coming from. That's different than basically saying, shutting you down, saying, oh, no, you're not abolitionist. You don't even have a role in this space. So I think that's how you have to like come at people like that.
Can I offer one additional thought on this? I think I would just like to offer one other frame for us to understand. I think that when we get into this moment, I think this is happening across the movement on a variety of issues. I don't think it's just specific to abolition. And so I think there's a bigger frame to understand what's happening, which is I think we feel powerless. I think that many of us feel powerless, and inside an experience of feeling powerless to change the big things in our world, we oftentimes seek the kinds of conflicts that feel manageable, which are oftentimes the ones right in front of us. So I also think there are very real struggles happening, and some of those are righteous and important. So to me, I think the answer to your question is, one, let's build our muscle for principled struggle and debate. It's okay to disagree. These are really difficult questions. There's no easy answers. Let's live in the world of nuance. I think we kind of have been a little bit in the soundbite version of these discussions, and like, it's all right. Like, I really appreciate what folks are saying, which is like, yes, there are many different streams that are going to ultimately have to converge to be able to build this new world that we want. And I guarantee us the scale of it is not going to be all people we agree with. So I think this muscle and this tolerance for being able to debate and to like have nuance and move away from just a sort of, performative politic, right? And then I think the second thing, and if folks want to think about this more, I think this Elite Capture book written by Olufemi Taiwo is pretty amazing. He's a philosophy professor out of Georgetown University. And I think this understanding the systemic response that sometimes has us looking more inwards and fighting each other than actually taking on the fight that's external. I think it really helped me reframe this dynamic in a way that helped me understand it's still about sort of maintaining the status quo. So it can feel interpersonal and it can feel individual, but it's actually a systemic response that we're having, which I think reframing it like that may make us more willing to work on it versus feeling just disempowered or frustrated by it.
We're gonna take one last question. Oh, goodness.
Hello.
We're gonna take two last questions, sorry, and then we really have to cut it off.
Hi, my name is Tatiana Rodriguez, and I'm a former foster youth, which then groomed me to be to interact with the carceral system as well, which I then became a parent involved in the family policing system, which led me to organize around gathering the voices of those with lived experience being at the forefront of the table. So my question is, as a newbie in this game, this is my third year of organizing, I'm trying to learn. So my question is as an organizer, I have experienced gatekeepers and so-called allies that tokenize, exploit, and manipulate organizers with lived experience for their own personal agendas, instead of allowing lived experts to be the main drivers in the changes we want to see in the system, such as laws, and also get them to understand we are valuable and nothing about us should be done without us at the forefront.
No, thank you for that. I don't know if that's a statement, so we'll let that.
Hey, how you doing, everybody? Celine, good to see you. I'm formerly incarcerated. I recently took a trip out to San Quentin to sit and commune with the guys, and had a very disturbing experience of being a bit triggered by folks seeking counseling in outside groups that come in. I think very often there's a bit of surveillance and a lack of ability to go to mental health professionals inside. And I just saw that, visitors become in some way, shape, or form a cathartic experience for folks. And I'm thinking, right, I read a Nicole Fleetwood's book very recently, and she talked about imaginaries and vulnerable imaginaries in the way that we deal with folks in prison and how we create exploitive networks, you know, kind of that mirror the carceral system. And I'm wondering how we create infamous abolitionist spaces within prisons with the idea of creating communities that aren't meant to exploit, but meant to rebel, revolt, and, you know, actually foment reckoning while being cognizant of the fact that, you know, while folks are inside, they are the ones who are, you know, most at risk.
I'm loving all of these questions. Thank you. I think especially the social work question, I was really appreciating what you said earlier too about sometimes social workers are complicit in these existing systems of policing as well. And we've done some work at DJC, so we have some social workers on our staff who have been going back and doing trainings for social work associations or for schools of social work on abolition. And so I think the more that we can study together, you know, across different fields, we can help each other to come to some shared understanding and help us hold the line. You know, I mean, like, I wish that, you know, social workers are not so ready to just embed with police departments. And I think that had there been more conversations about what abolition means, you know, hopefully there would have been more resistance to that from within social worker ranks. I also am, you know, really hearing you on the gatekeeping question, and this is something coming back to questions of movement lawyering that we're trying to think about constantly. Like, you know, how can we as lawyers make sure that we are not gatekeepers, that we are not creating dependency instead of building power? We have been experimenting at DJC with a community legal advocate program. So this is where we are trying to democratize access to the law and realize that you do not have to go through undergrad, law school, pass the bar exam, all of this to be able to wield certain legal tools. And so we have trained up folks who have experienced tax foreclosure to turn around and help their neighbors to avoid tax foreclosure. People who have criminal records can, you know, be trained up to turn around and help people, you know, discharge their expunge their criminal records as well. So I think that there are, you know, efforts that we're trying to do to say, you know, to kind of decentralize the role of the lawyer and not have us be the gatekeepers that we so often are.
With that, I think we need to thank our panelists so much for,
I did just want to briefly answer Akil's question about like how, like, and you know, Akil was inside. We had a chance to meet right before I came home. But, you know, one of the ways on the inside that we created abolitionist spaces was we created rebellious spaces. We organized amongst ourselves. We understood that we were captives of the system, but we didn't, we didn't give the system its legitimacy, right? So we worked to better ourselves. We worked on self-development. We worked on political education. We worked on educating our family members about the harm the system does. So prisoners every day in this country are creating those, what we call liberatory spaces, even within the prisons. And it was just another product of self-reliance, self-determination from the movement figures that inspired us, like George Jackson, Malcolm X, Russell Maroon Schultz, Assata Shakur. For us, being in prison did not separate us for the fight and struggle for social justice. So all across this country, all across the state right now, there are prisoners creating those liberatory spaces even within the prison camps.
No, thank you for that. It was important that that was an important statement. And I also just want to, in addition to thanking our panelists, I want to thank the people who are in the audience, but actually teaching us and providing a lot of wisdom too. So thank you on both sides. This is such a tremendous conversation. Thank you. So we're going to transition to our keynote. We're going to do just a 5-minute break for, bathroom or other breaks. And thank you. We'll come back shortly. Oh, CLE code. I'm so sorry, Taylor.
The second CLE password for this session is equity. Equity.
If you could find your way back to your seat, we're going to go ahead and get ready for our keynote.
Good afternoon, everyone. Happy Black History Month. My name is Angel, and I'm a second-year student here at Penn. I'm also enrolled in the ARC Justice Clinic. And I have the pleasure of announcing our keynote speaker, Professor Dorothy Roberts. We all love you, like, we can't help it. Professor Roberts, a groundbreaking scholar of race, gender, and the law, joined the University of Pennsylvania as its 14th Penn Integrates Knowledge Professor, with joint appointments in the Departments of Africana Studies and Sociology and the Law School, where she holds the inaugural Raymond Pace and Sadie T.M. Alexander Chair. She's also founding director of the Penn Program on Race, Science, and Society in the Center for Africana Studies. And we're so, so grateful that she could join us here today. So give it up one more time. Take it away.
Really quickly, the first CLE password for this session is educate.
Okay. Well, you see my people are in the house. This is the rowdy group that keeps talking about family policing. Turn this into a family policing conference, you know. But I'm just so honored and humbled to be in this position because the conference has been so amazing all day, and it's really hard to say more. I'm just so thrilled about this clinic. Cara McClellan, Professor McClellan, where did she go? How am I going to say my heartfelt words about it? Well, anyway, I've known her since she was a law student, and she got in touch with me about a paper or something. And to see her now founding and directing this amazing clinic is just, you know, it's just the greatest thrill. And I am so awed by this audience that came out to celebrate this launch, especially so many organizers, system-impacted parents, and formerly incarcerated people. I think that is just the best sign for the beginning of this clinic, and I hope and trust that it's going to continue to put the voices of community activists and people actually impacted by these systems, these punitive carceral systems, at the forefront. Okay, I'm not even going to try to call out all the people, but I have to give a special shout out to JMAC for Families. And I'm leaving out so many. I'm not even going to try to go down the list because I see Movement for Family Power here. I see Community Legal Services over there somewhere. I saw Kathleen Creamer, I know, and there she is, and others, you know, and the Crossroads Women's Center here. So, okay, I'm going to stop there because I'll leave people up, but it really is just so heartwarming and thrilling and inspiring to see you all here. And I know you have my back, even though this is such a challenge to try to wrap up this terrific day. But I am going to try to tie together some of the threads that we've heard about today and highlight the theme of the conference, the unfinished work of abolition. You know, to think about what does that mean to finish that work? What work are we talking about? Where does it come from? What are the origins of abolitionist thinking? And how can we apply it today? So I think, as I think we did a little bit in the first panel, we would have to go, and let me see what I'm supposed to click here. Oh, it's probably this. Okay. Yes. Okay. Go back, as Amanda said, I said I was going to quote her in my talk, but the first, that this is a 400+ year struggle. And it is important to think about how slavery, the institution of racialized chattel slavery and racial capitalism continues to shape policies and practices in the nation and around the world today, and we can understand better the terror, the harm, the brutality of today's carceral systems when we trace them back to the slavery era. That doesn't mean they're the same as they were then, but one way I've been thinking about it lately to understand what we're talking about when we look at the roots in slavery, it's the trajectory from then to now of white supremacy and settler colonialism and racial capitalism that we can trace, generation after generation to today, and that those logics that we have to uproot, dismantle, abolish in the carceral systems today. So, as many prison abolitionists have pointed out, we can trace, and when I say prison abolitionists, sometimes I'm using that as a short way of talking about people who want to abolish the prison industrial complex, which, as we've heard, includes a lot of systems. It includes the police, it includes prisons, but it also includes the family policing system. It also includes aspects of the education system and the healthcare system and other just about every, well, not just about every system in America has been shaped. Here comes Joyce McMillan now. Okay. All right. As prison abolitionists have pointed out, the very first police forces in the United States were slave patrols. Enslaved people who worked on plantations and farms were under the control and discipline of their so-called owners, their legal owners under the law, who were often aided them by hired overseers. And the overseer's job was to enforce enslaved workers' total subjugation to enslavers by violently punishing them for any perceived disobedience to the enslaver and for failures to meet quotas for how much cotton they had to pick, how much tobacco they had to pick, whatever the work given to them was, quotas to meet that. So the status of enslaved Africans as the property, the chattel property of their white enslavers meant that white people viewed black people as a perpetual threat to their property. Because of course, they knew that enslaved people were going to rebel, were going to figure out ways to resist. And so they themselves, their very bodies, their very lives were a threat to white property, to capital. And the threat was seen as so great that it necessitated employing armed forces to maintain order. And we heard today that that's exactly the function of police today, right? Now, in the aftermath of emancipation, when slaveholders' human property was no longer protected by state law, a new form of policing had to emerge to ensure that the white elite could maintain the labor of black people. And so, like overseers and slave patrols, Jim Crow police forces and private citizens that abetted them, they worked hand in hand. Of course, lynching was a collaboration of sheriffs and white citizens. They used terror, not to solve crimes, not to stop crime, not to punish people because they deserved it. That's not what the purpose of police forces was. It was to terrorize people in order to maintain racial subjugation. Now, during the slavery era, the prison population was mostly composed of white people, right? Because enslaved people were being patrolled on farms and plantations and their labor exploited. So it didn't make sense to incarcerate a lot of black people. The nation was built on their forced labor. But that changed when slavery was abolished. And you could see the shift in the demographics of prisons immediately. I mean, practically overnight, and it was really dramatic. So for example, in Alabama, black people barely made up 2% of the prison population in 1850, but by 1870, 20 years later, they were 74% of prisoners in Alabama. Criminal punishment was the main way in which the defeated South could reinstate white power and made free black people vulnerable to labor exploitation and disenfranchisement, basically re-enslaving black people under another name. And as Professor Morgan explained, where'd she go? I saw her. No, there you are, okay. As Professor Morgan explained this morning, Southern states targeted black men, women, and children, all black people, for imprisonment by passing criminal laws known as black codes, modeled after slave codes, which prohibited their freedom of movement, contract, and family life. Every aspect of black people's lives were affected by the black codes. And these codes gave license to the police to arrest and jail black people for everyday activities, just being in the street without an excuse they wanted to hear. You weren't there working for a white person, then you had no good reason. You could be, and many were arrested and incarcerated. Now, added to imprisonment was the practice of systematically forcing incarcerated black people to toil on chain gangs and also leasing them to either planters, to work on farms, but also to big corporations that were rebuilding the South. The South could not have been rebuilt without the labor, the forced labor of incarcerated black people. And so the demolition of Reconstruction was through lynching, burning people's property, killing them, denying them their rights, but also by forcing them to work for white companies that were rebuilding the South. When you think about it, they not only didn't give black people reparations that they deserved, right? They didn't only not give them the land that they were promised and that they deserved, they also continued to exploit their labor in some ways, even in more deadly ways, because now there was no incentive to keep people working in coal mines. Can you just imagine? You're a young black person going about your business and the police arrest you for no reason and then lease you out to a coal mine and you spend the rest of your life working, being tortured, underground, you never see the light of day again. And literally thousands of Black people were worked to death, and their bodies just dumped in a mass grave. So, that's why we get books like with the title Slavery by Another Name, or Worse Than Slavery, because it was such a brutal exploitation of Black people's labor. Now, state exploitation of prison labor also reinforced gendered and sexualized forms of white domination of Black women. Hear a little bit less about that, but Black women were also being incarcerated en masse and being forced to work on chain gangs. And you can just, you don't even want to imagine the horrors of that, following the horrors of being enslaved and being at the mercy of slave owners and enslavers. Criminalizing Black people then entailed both defining crimes so as to make their harmless everyday activities legally punishable, and punishing them regardless of their culpability for crimes. And of course, we talked about already today how the definition of crime, is a political definition. And so most of the crimes committed by wealthy people aren't even seen as crimes at all. Most of the harm that takes place in our society is committed by wealthy people. Most of the deaths in our society from pollution, from poverty, inadequate health care, all of that is not caused by marginalized people, it's caused by wealthy people, but those aren't considered crimes. Even poisoning of people. Look at Flint, Michigan. So the purpose of carceral punishment has never been to give Black people what they deserve for committing crimes. Culpability, this is why, in first year, I've taught first year criminal law, and the books always start with the justifications for punishment, right? Right? And you read Kant and Hume and whoever else, and the idea is how do you justify the deprivation of liberty, the torture of people when you incarcerate them? And the case books give you these philosophical readings about how the state is justified to impose this violence on people. But that's all just a made up pretense. It's just a smokescreen, because punishing Black people has never been about some just desert. It's in order to subordinate us, to keep us in our place. Just think about how much of police and prisons has to do with keeping Black people and other marginalized people in their place, though almost literally in their place. Being out of place, out of order, is the main reason why people get arrested and beat up, even killed. So today, criminal law enforcement still aims to control people rather than judge individual guilt or innocence. Criminal courts are primarily in the business of managing marginalized communities rather than adjudicating their actual culpability. In fact, as you probably know, most criminal cases don't adjudicate anybody's culpability at all. They force people to plead guilty. So there's no adjudication at all of their guilt or innocence. That doesn't matter, because that's not the purpose of police and prisons. As Professor Mason said this morning, she talked about predictive analytics and about how they input already racist data on arrests. And so they spit out then predictions that the Black communities are the hot spots of crime, and that's where the police have to go in. I think it's even worse than that. I mean, that's true. They are based on racist data of arrests, which we know are discriminatory to begin with. So that's, they're guaranteed then to identify Black neighborhoods as where the police should rush in. And of course, if you're going to have a police force in your neighborhood, that neighborhood is more likely to experience arrests. And then they say, oh, look, the predictions were accurate, right? I mean, that's exactly how they work. But in a way, it's even worse than that, because it means then that policing is based on prediction of who is risky. It's not based on who actually harmed somebody. It's based on a prediction of what's a risky population. So they've already identified the Black neighborhoods as risky, which just means those are the neighborhoods we want to keep in place. You know, we want to subjugate, we want to control. And so to me, the very idea of predictive analytics is oppressive itself. You know, and it reinforces a stereotype that there's certain people who just by their very existence are risky and need to be controlled. And all that the technology does is reinforce that. I haven't been advancing my slides. This is terrible. I'm so far behind now. Okay, we're going to go back. We are going to go back and let me see where I wanted to be. Oh my goodness, I already said all of this. Okay, so police serve to control Black and other marginalized communities through everyday physical intimidation, by funneling the people they arrest into jails, prisons, and detention centers. Discriminatory stop and frisk policies and traffic stops have become a political hot button, but they're common in police departments across the nation. Police normally treat residents in communities of color aggressively. That's the normal way that people are treated there. Shouting commands, cursing at people, throwing people to the ground, tasing them, beating them, and kicking them, handcuffing them, and of course, and by the way, even children treated that way. Even little children treated that way. And the recent murder of Tyree Nichols, of course, exposed this in such a horrifying way, but we know that that's not an isolated incident. That's how the police operate in Black communities. For young men of color, police force is among the leading causes of death. And Black women, women of color and queer women are especially vulnerable to sexual violence as well at the hands of police. So police brutality is a misnomer, because that seems to indicate that there's some exceptional brutal behavior that some police officers engage in, but it's actually the norm. As Ahmadi said this morning, police violence is normalized by calling it arrest, but it's violence. Now, the United States, as you probably know, stands out from all nations on earth for its reliance on caning human beings. Most people sentenced to prison in the United States today are from politically marginalized groups. They're poor, Black, and brown. And so the prison industrial complex continues to be, just like slave patrols were during the slavery era, just like the convict leasing system incarceration was as a way of re-enslaving Black people after emancipation, continues to be a way of controlling, brutalizing, repressing especially resistance against racial capitalism. Not about judging people's guilt or innocence for harm. Now, this carceral logic, as we've heard about today, and as many people in the audience today emphasized, extends far beyond police departments and prisons. Even systems that ostensibly exist to serve people's needs, like the healthcare system, public education system, public housing, public assistance, and the so-called child welfare system, what we're calling today the family regulation system. I like to call it the family policing system because that's what it does. It polices people and it works with police. It acts like police. All of these exist to regulate marginalized communities who have to rely on them, or I don't want to say have to because we're going to change that, but they're expected to rely on them or they're forced upon them. And they all resort to a variety of punitive measures to enforce compliance with the demands, the orders of these systems. As Professor Morgan said, again, this morning, we have to think intersectionally across all of these systems because they're all punitive, they're all related to the police, but they also all have their own carceral logics. They're carceral in the sense that they operate by punishing people who have human needs. Right? That's how they operate, but they also operate hand in hand with the police. So they're carceral in both those respects. So there is a school to prison pipeline, there's a welfare to prison pipeline, there's a foster care to prison pipeline, there's a hospital to prison pipeline. Yes, these are all pipelines to prison, but they also operate as police themselves. And we had a whole panel on education and the ways in which educational inequality is structured in this nation and also structured to punish and harm the students in that system, especially Black students. Now, I want to add a little bit more here, just to get a little bit deeper into these carceral systems and the idea of punishing people for failing to comply with white supremacist and capitalist demands, and also the way in which they grievously harm people and cause so much suffering, and the way we can trace them back to the institution of slavery. So this may not have been on the agenda for today, but I have to talk about it, which is the way in which Black families during the slavery era were forced into reproductive servitude. Black women were compelled to have children because exploiting their reproductive labor was the way in which the slavery system flourished. And their babies were legally owned by enslavers from the moment of conception. And the moment they were born, they could be taken from them as newborns and given or sold to somebody else. On the auction block, families were separated at will. Whoever, somebody wanted to buy the mother, somebody wanted to buy the father, the children could be split up. On the auction block, court ordered, judges were ordering this. The families were routinely separated. Now, after emancipation, did you know that black children were re-enslaved? So, we talked about the convict leasing system, but there was also the apprenticeship system. And the way in which former white enslavers who wanted to recapture black labor did it was to petition the courts and say, these black children are being neglected by their parents, and the judges would say, you're not a good parent, and formerly enslaved person who was just freed, struggling to take care of their family, and we're going to put your child under the supervision through so-called apprenticeship with white former enslavers. Sometimes the very men who were enslaving them, they went right back to them. And tens of thousands of black children were virtually re-enslaved through this apprenticeship system. Now, anybody who knows about the family policing system would hear that wow, that sounds very familiar. Judges saying that black parents are neglectful and ordering that they be taken from them and put in the custody of others. And I'll just add as well that indigenous families were being separated at the very same time in the late 1800s as a weapon of war. So if you don't understand that family policing is a weapon, that children are weaponized by the state through family policing, think about its origins. It has historically and globally been used as a form of oppression. And when people say, oh, we're doing this to help the children, and people can't understand, oh, how could this be an oppressive system? It's a benevolent system. Just think about the history of it. Think about and as we see here, Ms. Joyce, you see your billboard up there? They separate children at the border of Harlem too. I put the cover of my book, Torn Apart here, how the child welfare system destroys black families and how abolition can build a safer world, because this is the subject of my latest book, making the case for abolishing this system. And I don't have time to talk about it today, but I'm putting up the Dobbs decision as well, because the Dobbs decision stated that there was no support in the US Constitution for reproductive freedom. No support in the 14th. The 14th Amendment was enacted to end reproductive servitude. It was enacted because black families who had been enslaved came before Congress and testified about how their children were taken from them, how white enslavers took authority over black people's children. That was one of the main compelling arguments for ending slavery and for passing the 13th and 14th Amendments. So when the majority of the Supreme Court says there's nothing in the Constitution, they're just historically wrong about that. And they have now created a nation where we have forced birth states and free states. So I think we have to think about reproductive servitude and family separation rooted in the system of chattel slavery as part of the roots of these carceral systems and the unfinished work of abolition. So, tracing the function of today's carceral systems from the institution of slavery to the present day, continuing subordination of Black and other marginalized people would suggest that, wouldn't it? That the repressive outcomes, the deaths of people, the suffering of people, the caging of people, the taking of people's children, the poor educational outcomes, the poor health outcomes, the high maternal mortality rates. We could go on and on with all the lethal and horrific, abysmal outcomes of these systems, that they're not a malfunction of the system. I think somebody earlier today quoted Professor Paul Butler, that the system isn't broken, it's functioning just the way it was supposed to function. And so these systems work so effectively to contain and control communities because that's what they were designed to do. And that's why I think it's so helpful to look at the history, and I've left out a whole lot of the history, but again, you can trace it from the origins of this nation to today, and you can trace the policies and practices that have continued the same kind of logic. It gets updated a little bit to meet the current times. It gets updated as backlashes against victories of people who have risen up to topple these systems, but it's that same basic carceral logic of punishing people who are the most harmed by structural inequality and then blaming them for the terrible outcomes. It's their fault that they're unhealthy. It's their fault that they're locked up. It's their fault they're impoverished. It's their fault they can't live with their children. So that means then that reforms that try to correct problems perceived as aberrational flaws just won't work. They only help to legitimize and strengthen the operation of the system. If you try to fix a system that is designed to oppress you, it's just going to get better at oppressing you, right? So, that's why these systems have to be abolished. Now, let me get to the idea of continuing the unfinished work of abolition. After the Civil War, we saw that Reconstruction within 10 years was over. White supremacist terror enforced by state law, enforced by police, enforced by the courts, including the US Supreme Court, they got rid of Reconstruction really fast, right? In some of the ways I've talked about and we heard about today. And as Angela Davis points out in her book, Abolition Democracy, she relies on or reinterprets Du Bois and his point that Reconstruction failed because it wasn't enough just to end the system of slavery. There had to be a radical democratization of US society that would allow for free institutions to flourish. Without that change in society, there isn't the possibility of real freedom. And so we have to dismantle, reimagine, and replace the systems that we have now that are so oppressive and are carceral. As Amanda Alexander said, mission of DJC is defense, offense, and dreaming. I think that that's similar idea that I meant here. I created this slide before I heard her speak, but I think it's a similar idea of dismantle, reimagine, and replace. And here are just some examples, which I don't have time to go into, of organizing that is going on, including JMAC for Families' work in the New York State Assembly to pass legislation that will shrink the power of the Administration for Children's Services that can be a model for other places. Reparations, now the reparations work that was successful in Chicago to get reparations for the victims of police torture there. Mutual aid networks that are building the replacement already for these carceral systems to actually provide the concrete resources that people need, and transformative justice. We're not saying that there isn't harm committed by people in our neighborhoods, that there isn't intimate partner violence, that there isn't violence against children in some homes, but the way to address it is not to have a system that routinely takes children away from people or that cages people. Violence cannot be the answer, even to the exceptional cases of violence, by the way. It also doesn't make sense to have a system that you're justifying based on exceptional cases and you're harming everybody else. Most people in foster care are there because of so-called parental neglect, which is defined as poverty, as not meeting the needs, which is subjective, but it also is a way of targeting impoverished people. And then it's so subjective that racist stereotypes about Black people are easily enforced by taking their children away. So, as many people have said today, abolition isn't just about tearing down these carceral systems. It's absolutely essential, just as important in abolitionist thinking and activism, that ending these systems, abolishing prisons, abolishing CPS, abolishing the police has to occur alongside creating a society that has no need for them, where it would be unimaginable to cage somebody, unimaginable to take someone's children and say, oh, I'm protecting them, I'm keeping them safe, while you're terrorizing them and putting them in a system that's worse, that is documented to have terrible outcomes for children. And abolitionists are working toward a society, building up a society where it would be inconceivable to address people's needs and solve social problems that way. As Salim said, there's no template for that. Of course there's no template, right? We have to work on this collectively. That's abolitionist work, is collective work, collective thinking, collective strategizing. So there's no checklist, for what you should do. And some of these questions are difficult. I mean, I'm going to leave a little time for questions, but I can't always answer. I'm honest about it. I gave a talk the other day and somebody said, oh, you should have said, this is how you do it. I said, I can't say that. I have to, I got to work with JMAC for Families to figure out how to do it. I'm not going to say this is how you do it, right? But I can say that I have certain principles, and I think we should have certain principles, right? As Salim also said, we need to rewrite the basic social contract. I know the social contract in America is based on white supremacy and racial capitalism and patriarchy and discrimination against people with disabilities. I know that has to be radically ruptured. As Purvi said on the screen, we can have a North Star. Now, we got to work together to figure out how to get to that North Star, but we have a vision, a collective vision that we can work together in figuring out how we're going to get there. Oh man, okay. Now, this is what Cara asked me to talk about, was the Constitution. All right, we're gonna go quickly through this, which is, well, I also have to go to. Right. All right. Okay, so let me just say that a couple years ago, I had the challenge to write the foreword to the Harvard Law Review Supreme Court issue, and they asked me to write a foreword that, you know, you're supposed to think about what are the cutting edge constitutional law questions, you know, what can I write that is going to be very forward looking and different, you know, have some kind of, you know, you want people to kind of say, oh, you know, that's unusual. At least I think you should have to do that. And so thinking about what was a constitutional law issue I wanted to write about, I discovered that there was really no sustained analysis of the relationship between the Constitution and prison abolition. Now, part of that is because, as you probably know, many prison abolitionists don't like the Constitution, especially the 13th Amendment, because the 13th Amendment has that punishment clause that looks like an exemption for enslaving people if they're convicted of a crime. And so there's an aversion, I think, to the Constitution, as well as, you know, general aversion to using a document that was written by enslavers. So I thought, though, but, you know, there was also an abolitionist movement that led to the passage of the 13th and 14th Amendments. The Congress didn't just pass that because they wanted to, you know, they were forced to pass it by a long-standing abolitionist movement that came long before the Civil War, and by the demands, as I referred to before, of formerly enslaved people who said, we need a different constitution than the one that was grounded in slavery. And so the 13th and 14th Amendments are abolitionist amendments. That's not to say that the abolitionist spirit of them, the abolitionist history of them, has been upheld by the Supreme Court. No, the Supreme Court has been anti-abolitionist and continues to be anti-abolitionist. But is there a way that we could still use the vision of the anti-slavery abolitionists who fought for the 13th and 14th Amendments to instrumentally, on the one hand, to think about how we can pressure courts, legislatures, other government bodies to abolish, to work to make the changes that would lead to abolition, that are part of abolition. I don't want to make abolition sound like, oh, there's this endpoint we got to get to. Because again, it's a process, it's a collective working together to completely rebuild our society. But how can we use the Constitution? Frederick Douglass, for example, came to the conclusion that we should use the Constitution. There was a debate about it, because again, it was a document that was created to enforce slavery by enslavers. But he wrote in one of his autobiographies that the declared purposes of an instrument are to govern the meaning of all its parts and details as they clearly should. The Constitution of our country is our warrant for abolition of slavery in every state of the Union, because the Constitution had certain freedoms guaranteed in it, right, that just weren't being applied to Black people. And he said, we should apply them to argue for abolition. I was also inspired by the words of George Jackson, which I believe Salim mentioned him as one of our leading prison activists. And he said in his autobiography, the gracious, sensitive, brainy types, those are, lawyers, should hold the legal pigs to the strictest interpretation of the Constitution possible. So, of course, he didn't think that the courts were going to free him. They forced him into court. He was in court under duress. That, of course, he was killed as well. But he was saying, we have to force the courts and other government officials to pressure them, even if it's by showing their hypocrisy. Even if we don't get them to do it, it's important to say, this is the abolitionist principle behind these amendments, and you're not living up to them. So he didn't throw out the Constitution, but he deployed it as a legal, ideological, and rhetorical tactic to expose the government, his imprisonment, and the prison system, and the government's re-enslavement of Black people. So what does abolitionist work look like? Others have mentioned the important idea that first was laid out by Ruth Gilmore, one of our leading abolitionist thinkers and activists, that we should be fighting for changes that at the end of the day unravel rather than widen the net of social control through criminalization. Yes, incremental reforms, but reforms that, as Joyce McClellan likes to say, shrink the system. Shrink it, shrink it, shrink it till it no longer exists. And also those that help us to build a community-based way of relating to each other that's truly about caring for each other, supporting each other, uplifting each other instead of violently tearing each other apart, tearing families apart, using punishment as a way of solving our problems and as a way of diverting our attention from the radical change that needs to be done. So, to wrap that up, more than 100 years ago, it was an abolitionist vision that animated a radical reconstruction of the US Constitution. Some people have called it the second founding, the passage of the 13th and 14th Amendments that abolished slavery and supposed to abolish all the remnants of slavery, should have abolished the legacies of slavery, and made people equal, that treated people equally, made people equal citizens. Of course, the law cannot either take away or give us our humanity, but it can dehumanize people in the sense that it treats people as less than human. And that should have been abolished as well by the 14th Amendment Equal Protection Clause. But that constitutional reconstruction never achieved the victory that anti-slavery activists intended. That's why we have the work of the unfinished abolitionist revolution. So today's abolition movement can reinvigorate, I think, the abolition constitutionalism, the idea behind it, whether it's a new constitution or a charter for our values. You know, it's about the values that we want to shape our society. That's what I mean by abolition constitutionalism. It's not necessarily a piece of paper. It's the values, you know, values of caring instead of values of punishment. So, as well, an abolitionist rethinking of what those values should be, what our social contract should be, can also further the unfinished struggle. The work we must do now to create a more humane, free, and democratic world. And someone, I think it was someone from JMAC for Family said, maybe it was a speaker, but it was reinforced by someone that we need to unite. I think the speaker was saying parents need to unite. And she was talking about parents within the school system, but I was thinking, well, there's parents, right? The parents who have been impacted by the family policing system, but even beyond that, solidarity and unity among not only people within the movement, a particular movement, but across movements. And I have here various movements: the movement for reproductive justice, the movement for educational justice, the movement to defund the police, the movement to abolish the prison industrial complex, and the movement to abolish the family policing system. Just imagine if we came together to abolish these systems and build a radically different society based on our common vision, because I believe all these movements, their North Star is a different society. And if you think about it, it's really the same kind of society that we're working for as abolitionists. And I believe, given this launch and all the people here and all we've heard today, and the spirit of us coming together, I'm telling you, see, I know so many people here who I know they are just fierce, dedicated activists and organizers. And I believe that this is a good start for the Advocacy for Civil and Racial Justice Clinic, and it gives me hope that we can see real victories which aren't ends in themselves, but I'm telling you, people say, how do you keep positive? Because we do have victories. And that's the thing about being with community organizers, they celebrate victories. We need to celebrate our victories as we continue that struggle, moving us toward the society that we want. So thank you so much for all your support. Thank you. Oh, you're so sweet. I love you. You are the best. You are the best.
I'm going to be very brief, just to first of all say thank you to you so much. Thank you for your work. As I said earlier, your work is foundational for so many of us. I know you are instrumental in the clinic being here and my being here, but also just you have made.
For you for sure. You didn't need it. You didn't need it, but I was on the appointments committee. I made sure we had to have this clinic. It wasn't just me though. But,
so I am indebted, but I also just know you've made space for so many of us in the Legal Academy. So I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you for this.
So I don't know, do we have time for any?
We may have to, well, we do have reception, so we'll have more chance for conversation and for being in community. Right upstairs, when you go to the right at the top of the stairs, there's food, there's drink. Please stay. We're glad to finally be able to be together in person, so please stay and have community, and if there's additional questions. Thank you. Thank you, Angela. So I have to say again, this was really a team effort, and I want to call the Art Justice students if we can take a picture before y'all go too. But thank you to everyone, especially thank you to everyone who traveled from out of town. Oh, last CLE word is, the last CLE word is leader. Leader is the last word. Thank you, everybody.